Chapter 692. Yesterday, Du Xiaofu told everyone that if anything happened in World Pavilion, they were to look for him directly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression darkened when he saw how anxious and pale these people were. Some of them even had blood dripping from their mouths. He seemed to have guessed something. "President, something happened. Something big happened." A tall and skinny young man came forward. It was Zhang Yingguan, an inner sect disciple. He looked at Du Xiaofu and took a deep breath. After calming himself down, he said with a worried expression, "President, the Four Seas sect, Yun Zhihui, Forgotten Dust sect and a dozen other powers rushed into World Pavilion early in the morning. They destroyed World Pavilion and injured many of our people. They even captured junior brother Gu Zhangyu and many other disciples. They said that they want you to go to Heaven Marshal Plaza to pick them up. If not, they won't go easy on you." "Go to Heaven Marshal Plaza," Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. His voice turned cold and his eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed across his eyes. "President, some of our people are badly injured. They didn't show any mercy. They almost killed us." Wang Mingqiao gritted his teeth and said. Many of the World Club's disciples were badly injured. It was a horrible sight. "Four Seas sect, Yun Zhihui, Forgotten Dust sect." Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He clenched his fists and the veins on his fists popped out. "President, what should we do now? Forgotten Dust sects Bai Yichen, Yun Zhihui's Fei Qingming and Four Seas sects Chang Qinghai are all there. There are also many experts on the gold ranking. They are very strong." Zhang Yingguan asked. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him with a cold look in his eyes. Then, he said to Zhang Yingguan, Wang Mingqiao and the others, "You guys go back and take care of the injured disciples. I will go to the Sky Marshal Square first." "President, we'll go with you. They have a lot of people." Wang Mingqiao was worried. The number of people from those dozen or so factions added together was enormous. As the saying went, it was difficult for two hands to fight against four fists. He was worried that the president would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Chang Qinghai and the others were experts in the top 10 of the alchemy rankings. "No need. You guys go take care of the injured first. I'll be right back. It won't take too long." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said. "All right, then be careful, President." Zhang Yingguan nodded. He knew the president's strength. Even if they followed him, they would only be a burden. After that, several people left and rushed to the World Pavilion to take care of the other heavily injured people. "Looks like it's time for me to stretch my muscles." Clearly, the intimidation I gave him yesterday wasn't enough. Looking in the direction of the Sky Marshal Plaza, Du Xiaofu muttered softly, a cold and baleful aura flashed across his resolute face. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Du Xiaofu turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Tianwu Square. The vast Tianwu Plaza was bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. After a while, more and more spectators gathered from all directions. Whispers could be heard from the dense crowd of disciples. "I heard that the Four Seas sect, Cloud Society, Forgotten Dust sect, and more than 10 other forces have joined forces to deal with the World Society. Marshal Uncle Du heavily injured and Chongqing of the Four Seas sect yesterday. Today, they're here for revenge. Naturally, they won't let this matter rest. Senior brother Chang Qinghai, senior brother Fei Qingming, and senior brother Bai Yichen are all here. They're all ranked in the top 10 of the gold ranking. I'm afraid that Marshal Uncle Du is in danger this time. The World Society's World Pavilion has recently stolen business from other shops because of the Berserk Pill and Profound Essence Pill. The Four Seas sect has joined forces with them. It's obvious that they're targeting the World Pavilion. Marshal Uncle Du isn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heavily injured senior brother and Chongqing in one move yesterday. There's going to be a good show to watch now. Whispers rang out around the Tianwu Plaza. Everyone gathered together and started to clamor. The disciples who were watching the show spread the news, causing more and more spectators to gather at the Tianwu Plaza. It was like a grand occasion for the ancient heaven sect. It didn't take long for the black mass of heads to occupy the periphery of the Tianwu Plaza. On the Tianwu Plaza, a huge lineup of nearly 1,000 people stood there with provocative sneers on their faces. They had captured Gu Zhongyu and the other disciples of the World Society and mocked them. Little rookies, you dare to run amok in the ancient heaven sect. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A bunch of reckless fools. You'll suffer in the future. If Du Xiaofu doesn't come later, you'll suffer. I'm afraid that Du Xiaofu has already peed his pants. How would he dare to come? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, everyone. The president will definitely seek justice for us. The humiliation we suffered, the president will definitely fucking return 10 times over. Amidst the ridicule, Gu Zhongyu said to the disciples of the World Society, who were covered in scars and weak auras. In front of the crowd, there were more than a dozen extraordinary youths standing silently. The 3 youths in the front were especially outstanding, attracting many respectful gazes around the Tianwu Plaza. Many of the female disciples among the spectators were even more moved, and ripples appeared in their eyes. Looking at the rippling eyes of the female disciples, Zhou Yinger stood beside the dozen youths and enjoyed the envious gazes of many girls. Qi! 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 Suddenly, Bai Chen, Fei Qingming, and Chang Qinghai raised their heads and looked at the sky almost at the same time. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking resounded, and a long figure swept across the sky from afar. Is Du Xiaofu here? Uncle Master Du wouldn't have come alone, right? Soon after, numerous pairs of eyes around the Tianwu Square lifted their heads and looked towards the sky. Qi! Under everyone's gazes, a golden figure descended from the sky. The golden light receded, and a purple-robed youth who looked to be 17 or 18 years old appeared in the center of the plaza. The purple-robed youth carried a purple cloth wrapped around his back, but it was a broadsword that had never appeared before. His resolute and determined face was rather cold at this moment. It's Uncle Master Du. He came alone. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have the guts to come, and he even came alone. After a few breaths of silence, whispers could be heard everywhere. It's the president. The president is here to help us. Gu Zhongyu and the other captured disciples of the World Society saw the purple-robed youth, and their dispirited faces immediately became excited. Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, Bai Chen, and many others also looked at Du Xiaofu and began to size up Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu landed, and his gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on the imprisoned Gu Zhongyu and the other disciples of the World Society. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and strode forward to where Gu Zhongyu and the others were imprisoned. Looking at Du Xiaofu slowly walking over, the thousands of disciples looked at each other in dismay. When they saw the purple-robed youth step forward, their hearts trembled for no reason. Stop, or I won't go easy on you. An extraordinary youth plucked up his courage, straightened his body, and berated Du Xiaofu in a deep voice. His body blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu ignored him and strode forward without any fear. He didn't even bother to look at the youth. Brat, you're too arrogant. The youth was enraged, and he couldn't keep his face. He shouted and waved his hand, releasing his mysterious qi. The aura of a 6-star mysterious realm cultivation was released. The air trembled, and the mysterious runes wrapped around it flashed and blasted towards Du Xiaofu. Get lost! Du Xiaofu shouted. Without any pleasantries, he flipped his palm. Just as the youth was about to attack, a fist print landed on the chest of the extraordinary youth with lightning speed. Bang! A low muffled sound, like muffled thunder. The extraordinary youth of the mysterious realm of Martial King was immediately sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The youth's body heavily fell over 100 feet away. Huff. Huff, the surroundings were quiet, and almost everyone's eyes were trembling. It seemed that no one had expected Du Xiaofu to directly attack. Du Xiaofu alone faced more than a dozen forces and 3 experts who were currently ranked in the top 10 of the gold roll. It was beyond everyone's expectations. You still dare to attack? Let's join forces and take care of this brat. After a short period of silence, loud shouts came from the thousands of people from the dozens of forces. Waves of aura swept out, and the weakest force was at the Martial Marquis realm. The aura of many Martial King realm experts swept out, like a storm sweeping in all directions. Attack, take care of this kid. Rumble, in a short period of time, the waves of Martial King realm aura and terrifying aura rippled. Dozens of people had already attacked Du Xiaofu one after another. Boom, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He no longer held back the aura of a Martial King realm expert. It swept out like a hurricane. On his gloomy face, his eyes were covered in golden light. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out. Oscillating fist. Stormy waves palm. Sky-shaking wings. Mysterious soul eye. Rock chaos shattering claw. A series of low sonic booms resounded in the square. Golden light bloomed, and the energy swept out. Ah ah, screams of agony rang out from the crowd, wailing miserably. Body after body was thrown out like stones and heavily smashed onto the ground. All of them cried out miserably and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 693. Du Xiaofu charged into the crowd like a ferocious beast. Strength was everything, and the ancient heaven sect was no exception. The world pavilion was destroyed and his world society members were captured. Du Xiaofu was truly enraged. Only by making these people fear him would they not dare to provoke him in the future. Boom. Du Xiaofu's body was covered in golden light. His aura was as strong as a sovereign beast. He stepped forward and with every move he made, golden light shot out. His attacks were like cannons. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a giant tiger charging into a flock of sheep. The ancient heaven sect disciples could not dodge at all. Their ribs and chests were broken by Du Xiaofu's attacks. Their internal organs were shaken, and they vomited blood. This was a shocking scene, and the surrounding people were all aghast. Du Xiaofu's strength was too terrifying. No one had expected Du Xiaofu to be so strong. Bang! Du Xiaofu's punch landed on the lower abdomen of a martial emperor realm cultivator in the blink of an eye. As the punch landed, a golden glow was emitted, and the young man's body was sent flying over 100 feet away, while he let out a miserable cry. Crack! In the next second, the shoulder of another young man who had just reached the Martial King realm was caught by Du Xiaofu's left hand. Du Xiaofu tore the young man's arm with all his might. The bones in the young man's arm cracked, and the young man's arm was covered with blood. A large piece of flesh was torn out of the young man's shoulder. Golden Xian Qi surged out, and a domineering aura exploded. Du Xiaofu was completely enraged this time. His body was covered in a faint golden light. The domineering aura swept out, causing people to tremble. Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, another 2 young men who had not regained their senses were sent flying. They could not get up anymore. Although there were thousands of people surrounding Du Xiaofu, there were less than 20 to 30 people who could actually get close to him. With their cultivation, they could not even break through Du Xiaofu's defense. They were not a threat to Du Xiaofu at all. Attack together. Use talisman weapons and Dao weapons. Many young men shouted. The stronger young men regained their senses and panicked. They moved together and formed a new round of attacks. The remaining thousands of young men moved together, and a terrifying Xian Qi weapon swept out. Some people had already summoned their talisman weapons and Dao weapons. Instantly, blade lights, sword lights, and rod lights raged through the sky, and they interweaved into large expanses of dense talisman markings that enveloped down towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his head, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he sneered. With a wave of his hand, a red and green light burst forth as he activated Tyrannical Shadow. Rays of sword light swept out like a giant ping soaring through the sky or a spirit snake soaring through the sky. Whoosh! 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 Under such a terrifying attack, the surrounding space was directly cut open. Large amounts of spatial ripples were instantly shattered into pieces. The entire Sky Martial Square shook and was about to crack. Flower-splitting willow. Yang Pass 3 stacks. Whirlwind clouds. Violent sword gale. With Overlord Shadow in hand, Du Xiaofu activated the Bright Saint Sword Manual. His eyes were calm and fearless. Coldness radiated in all directions. Golden talisman runes surged out from all over his body. Du Xiaofu was surrounded by a dense group of people, and his aura became even more terrifying. He was like a fierce beast that had awakened from a deep slumber. The disciples of the ancient sky sect were very strong. Each of them was a dragon or phoenix among men. However, Du Xiaofu was even stronger and looked down on his peers. More importantly, Du Xiaofu, who had fought his way out of the dark forest, could even control the dark forest in his hands. His fierce aura was something that few people of the same generation in the ancient sky sect could compare to. In terms of ruthlessness, how many people of the same generation in the ancient sky sect could compare to Du Xiaofu? If these youths knew of Du Xiaofu's fierce reputation in the dark forest, they would have hesitated before making a move. In comparison, Du Xiaofu, who had walked out of the dark forest, was definitely a strong dragon. At best, they could only be considered local snakes. Although it was said that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, if they really fought, the outcome could be imagined. Ah, miserable cries rang out incessantly. The Sky Martial Square was dripping with blood. Many spirit tools and talisman tools had fallen to the ground. Many youths were lying on the ground, screaming and struggling. Puff puff puff, in just a few blinks of an eye, the spirit tools in the hands of hundreds of youths were broken. Some talisman tools fell to the ground. All of them spat out blood and fell to the ground. It was a tragic sight. Roar, someone activated his pulse soul and roared ferociously with a terrifying aura. Sky-shaking wings. Rock chaos shattering claw. With the pulse soul in the sky, Du Xiaofu was fearless. It was as if there was no one in the sky. He raised his hand and tore the huge pulse soul shadows into pieces. Those terrifying huge demonic beast pulse souls were stunned in front of Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were filled with fear and their bodies were trembling. They could not withstand a single blow. How can he be so strong? Everyone was shocked. How strong was Du Xiaofu? Despite being besieged by thousands of people, Du Xiaofu seemed to be unstoppable as he charged into the crowd and destroyed everything like a hot knife through butter. How tyrannical, fierce, and valiant was this? So strong. Martial Uncle Du is simply abnormal. This is no longer a normal person. He is a demonic beast supreme. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the experts from the dozens of forces and thousands of people besieging Du Xiaofu, they could not even touch the corner of Du Xiaofu's clothes. At this moment, they truly knew how powerful Du Xiaofu was. Looking at the scene in the square, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen were also shocked. Perhaps it was only at this moment that the three of them truly understood just how tyrannical the rumored Du Xiaofu was. Stop, back off, back off. Fei Qingming shouted. The square was drenched in blood, and the disciples were scattered everywhere. The miserable cries of the people in the square made him realize that he could not continue besieging. If that happened, more people would be seriously injured. Back off, back off. All the disciples were scared and immediately retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated behind Fei Qingming and the others. Each of them looked at the purple-robed youth in front of them with trembling eyes. Swish, many spiritual weapons and talisman weapons on the ground were forcefully taken by Du Xiaofu. He did not hesitate to put them into his Qinquan bag. He had no intention of returning them. Wherever Du Xiaofu passed, he stepped on the youths one by one. These youths were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were heaven's pride in the outside world, and the geniuses of the ancient heaven sect. But now, they were being mercilessly trampled under Du Xiaofu's feet. At this moment, what was being trampled on was the ignorance and arrogance of these youths. Everything was being trampled into nothingness. The surroundings fell into a strange silence again. Everyone's eyes fell on the purple-robed youth. He attracted the attention of all the onlookers around the square. More than a dozen forces had joined forces and thousands of people. At this moment, 1/3 of them were in a sorry state. At least 200 people were struggling on the ground. Blood was dripping, and only endless screams could be heard. Everyone could see that although these people's lives were not in danger, they would not be able to get up for at least a year. This was especially true for those who were more severely injured. Their future cultivation would most likely be greatly affected. Du Xiaofu's actions were clean and swift. His fierceness and domineering was shocking. Du Xiaofu kept the tyrant shadow in his body as he passed by. He arrived in front of Gu Zhongyu and the others, who were trembling with excitement. He undid the restrictions on them and said, "Your humiliation and theirs must be washed away with blood. President is mighty. President is mighty." Gu Zhongyu and the others said in unison. Their eyes were trembling and moist. The world society was not to be bullied by anyone. "You are Du Xiaofu?" A gloomy voice sounded as many people slowly walked over. Du Xiaofu turned around and saw more than a dozen extraordinary youths walking over. Their expressions were not good, and their faces were ashen. Especially the 3 youths in front. Their auras were even more powerful. Complete martial king realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he felt the faint aura around the 3 youths. There were also several martial king realm and nirvana realm cultivators behind them. He already had a rough idea of their origins. "President, those 3 people are Chang Qinghai from the Four Seas sect, Fei Qingming from the Yunji Association, and Bai Chen from the Forgotten Dust sect. There are also a few experts on the gold roll. Many of the others are from their batch." Gu Zhongyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly to Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with anger. "All of you, step back. I will take care of everything." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and signaled Gu Zhongyu and the rest to step back. Once the fight started, they would not even have the strength to be affected. "President, be careful." Gu Zhongyu knew that they would only be a burden if they stayed, so he immediately stepped back with the rest behind him. "Kid, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? Are you Du Xiaofu from the World Society?" Fei Qingming stared at Du Xiaofu with a pale face. Hundreds of disciples were severely injured in front of him. If he did not take care of Du Xiaofu today, he would probably become a joke in the ancient heaven sect in the future. Noisy. Du Xiaofu glanced at Fei Qingming. When he finished speaking, his figure was like a golden afterimage. He pounced on Fei Qingming like lightning and took the initiative to attack. "You're courting death." Fei Qingming's eyes suddenly twitched. As the 9th on the gold roll, how could he be weak? He was an outstanding talent and ranked 9th on the gold roll. How magnificent was Fei Qingming! Almost at the same time as Du Xiaofu's figure pounced, Fei Qingming's figure also pounced on him like a beast pouncing on its prey. Tianming fist. A low roar came from Fei Qingming's mouth. The aura on his body suddenly became violent and ferocious, like a sleeping beast that had just woken up. Chapter 694. At the same time, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Fei Qingming. Lightning flashed in his cold eyes and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. An overbearing aura spread out from his body, roar. A roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of a divine elephant could be heard. The mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's hand rippled and turned into countless palm prints. In the end, they condensed into a single palm print. Along with the mysterious runes, the palm print slashed through the air and violently collided with Fei Qingming's fist. Bang! The collision was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The muffled sound of energy was like thunder, walala, terrifying energy ripples swept out like a hurricane. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding spectators to feel fear and trepidation even from afar. Dang dang! In the midst of the terrifying aura, Fei Qingming's burly body staggered back. His face turned pale and he only managed to stabilize his body after retreating a dozen steps. His fists were numb and he stood with his hands behind his back. His 5 fingers were slightly bent and his eyes were filled with shock. Dang dang! The violent energy swept out and Du Xiaofu's body also staggered back a dozen steps. His face also turned pale. The consumption of the mysterious technique was too shocking. Although the celestial qi in the God's Gate was dense, the consumption of the mysterious technique was shocking. It's a tie, as the two people in the arena separated from each other and retreated at the same time, the spectators were even more shocked. Du Xiaofu and Fei Qingming were actually evenly matched. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Fei Qingming, who was ranked 9th on the gold roll, actually couldn't gain any advantage over Du Xiaofu. What a powerful technique. This isn't the ancient heaven sex technique. This person is really strong. In the crowd, Chang Qinghai, Bai Yichen and the others were also shocked. Seeing Fei Qingming stagger back step by step, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Du Xiaofu. So strong. Many disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How could a person who could fight Fei Qingming to a draw be an ordinary person? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Fei Qingming, who had reached the martial king realm, was indeed powerful. No wonder he was ranked in the top 10 on the alchemy list. The complete martial king realm of the ancient heaven sect was a genius. Even the complete martial king realm experts in the outside world were strong enough to fight against them. He had just broken through to the martial king realm, and he was only able to fight evenly with Fei Qingming by relying on his increasingly refined and mysterious move. Du Xiaofu was not surprised. The Xian Qi in his divine watchtower was boundless and vigorous, but after all, there was a huge gap between the martial king realm and the martial king realm. Fei Qingming was not an ordinary person, and his strength was worthy of his name. Huff huff, as Fei Qingming's aura fluctuated, Chang Qinghai and Bai Yichen subconsciously stepped forward. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation, intentionally or unintentionally surrounding Du Xiaofu. The 3 auras faintly sealed Du Xiaofu within. Du Xiaofu raised his head, and there was a slight chill in his eyes. The 3 complete martial king realm experts were indeed not easy to deal with. Glancing at Fei Qingming, Chang Qinghai, and Bai Yichen, who were all complete martial king realm experts, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. After a slight chill, he controlled himself and laughed wildly. Along with his laughter, there was Xian Qi, and an invisible chill spread out. It was a domineering power that spread out from his bones, causing the surrounding area to suddenly become silent. Even the air seemed to have frozen. You want the 3 of you to come at me together? Fine, then come at me. Raising his head, Du Xiaofu coldly looked at Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen, who were all complete martial king realm experts. At this moment, there was a faint golden light in his eyes, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in them. This kid's aura is so terrifying. He's clearly only at the initial martial king realm, but his aura is so strong. This guy's gaze is very vicious. It's sharp and frightening, like a ferocious beast. At this moment, as the chill spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen, who were all complete martial king realm experts, could also clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness seeping out from their bodies. The invisible chill spread out like a tide, and they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. The three of them looked at each other, and there was uncertainty in their eyes for a moment. The three of them were very clear that if they were to fight one-on-one, based on the strength that Du Xiaofu had just displayed, they might not be able to win. Even if they could win one-on-one, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price in the end. However, if the three of them really joined forces, they would not be able to put down their faces. If this spread out, even if they won, their reputation would not be good. The three powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 on the gold leaderboard had joined forces to fight a new disciple. It was a bit of a slap in the face. Lively, it looks like it's really lively. At this moment, a calm voice was heard from the crowd in the distance. As soon as the voice was heard, there was an uproar in the crowd, and they automatically opened up a path. Then, a large group of people walked out of the crowd and walked to the square. There were only a dozen people in this group, but all of them had an arrogant look on their faces. The leader of this group was a young man in his mid-20s. He glanced at the crowd and intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. It was obvious that he was the one who had spoken earlier. It's the people from the Talisman Alliance. I didn't expect the people from the Talisman Alliance to be involved too. The Medicine Talisman Masters and Weapon Talisman Masters from the Four Seas Sect, Forgotten Dust Sect, and Yunji Association are all from the Talisman Alliance. It's not strange for them to be involved in this matter. With the arrival of these dozen people, there were many whispers in the surroundings. The Talisman Alliance was an extremely special organization in the Ancient Heaven Sect. Even the protectors and deacons couldn't control this organization, and they had to show some respect. At the very least, only the elders could slightly restrain them. This was because the Talisman Alliance was an organization formed by all the spiritual talisman masters in the Ancient Heaven Sect. There weren't many spiritual talisman masters among all the cultivators. The Ancient Heaven Sect only had a total of about 100,000 disciples, and it was said that there were only a few hundred spiritual talisman masters. Among them, there were even many martial Dao and talisman Dao cultivators. The proportion of spiritual talisman masters was far less than 1%, which showed how rare they were. There weren't many spiritual talisman masters among the elders of the Ancient Heaven Sect. The teachings of ordinary elders were naturally not very useful for spiritual talisman masters. There weren't many elders who were spiritual talisman masters, and they didn't have much time to teach some new spiritual talisman masters. Therefore, over time, a talisman alliance was formed in the Ancient Heaven Sect. The original purpose of the Talisman Alliance was for some senior spiritual talisman masters who had joined the sect earlier to guide the new spiritual talisman masters. After some development, the Talisman Alliance gradually developed into an organization that could almost control all the spiritual talisman masters in the Ancient Heaven Sect. The Talisman Alliance was within the Ancient Heaven Sect, but sometimes it could go beyond the Ancient Heaven Sect. As this group of people arrived, Fei Qingming looked at the leading youth with a smile on his face. The Talisman Alliance was a terrifying force in the Ancient Heaven Sect, and it had connections with almost all forces. It had a good relationship with many top experts among the Manchu's disciples, and even the protectors and elders of the Manchu. It could be said that in the Ancient Heaven Sect, except for a few particularly terrifying fellows and another group of forces controlled by the Terror Lord, the Talisman Alliance was the most difficult to provoke. Senior Chao, why are you here? Fei Qingming personally went up to greet him, and Chang Qinghai and Bai Chen followed behind. They were extremely polite and respectful to the leading youth. The young man addressed as Senior Brother Chao by Fei Qingming had a thin figure. He wore a scholarly robe and had an extraordinary air about him. He had delicate features, but the slight smile in his eyes made one feel uncomfortable when looking at him. There was no one in the Tianwu Plaza who didn't know this person. Qiao Zhao was currently ranked 7th on the gold ranking. Not only did he rely on the Talisman Alliance's influence, but he also relied on his own strength to earn the respect of everyone on the gold ranking. I heard that there was a show here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be so lively. Qiao Zhao's eyes swept across the square and looked at the bloody and severely injured disciples around him. His eyes flickered slightly. "Cousin." A delicate and soft voice sounded. Then, an extremely beautiful girl in her 20s came to Qiao Zhao's side. She swayed in the wind, and her figure was curvy and exquisite. The girl had fair skin and a pair of bright and slender eyes. She had a classical oriental beauty and an extraordinary temperament. She was Zhou Ying'er. As Qiao Zhao's cousin, Zhou Ying'er's talent in the Manchu wasn't the best, and she wasn't even an inner sect disciple yet. However, with her extraordinary beauty and her status as the cousin of the Talisman Alliance's Qiao Zhao, Zhou Ying'er could be said to get whatever she wanted among the sect's disciples. Even many inner sect disciples wanted to curry favor with her and curry favor with her. Only Du Xiaofu had humiliated her in front of everyone, putting her on the spot. She had never been humiliated like this before. Zhou Ying'er had always harbored resentment in her heart. How could she let Du Xiaofu go? Even if Du Xiaofu was in the limelight recently, and was the disciple of Elder Gu Qingyang, Zhou Ying'er wasn't afraid at all. Because her cousin was Qiao Zhao of the Talisman Alliance. Just this point alone was enough. When Qiao Zhao saw Zhou Ying'er, he smiled and said, "Cousin, why are you here?" Today's update is still only 4 chapters. Brothers, rest early after reading. Chapter 695. I'm here to watch the show. I didn't expect cousin to be here too. Zhou Ying'er softly said. Her voice caused those who heard it to feel numb. Her beautiful appearance and voluptuous body had indeed caused quite a number of youths in the surroundings to stare blankly at her. However, they did not dare to stare too obviously at her. Be careful when you watch the show. Don't hurt yourself. A faint smile appeared on Qiao Zhao's face as he swept his gaze over the crowd. His gaze landed on Du Xiaofu from time to time, then he said to Fei Qingming, Bai Chen, and Chang Qinghai, "Looks like today's a lively day, ah. Senior Qiao Zhao, please excuse us." Hearing this, Bai Chen smiled bitterly. The 3 of them ganging up on Du Xiaofu was indeed a shameful thing. Since Senior Brother Qiao is here, I ask Senior Brother Qiao to uphold justice. Chang Qinghai stepped forward with a fawning look on his face. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu, who was behind him. There was a cold glint in his eyes. This matter is related to the Talisman Alliance. Since I'm here, I can only interfere. Qiao Zhao smiled and stepped forward. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Are you Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, Du Xiaofu? Complete 6-star Talisman Master." Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the aura emanating from the young man's body. It was the aura of a perfect 6-star soul symbol master. The dozen or so people behind him were all extraordinary soul symbol masters. If these people were in the outside world, they would be respected by countless factions. Du Xiaofu did not answer Qiao Zhao's question directly. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is your position in the Manchu? Which elder do you belong to?" As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Qiao Zhao's expression immediately became a little awkward. Everyone could hear Du Xiaofu's words. Du Xiaofu was Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, and he could be considered the sect master's junior brother. Among the disciples of the ancient heaven sect, there were only a few who had a higher status than him. However, Qiao Zhao regained his composure after a short while. He smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Qiao Zhao and I'm currently a member of the Talisman Alliance." Talisman Alliance? I've never heard of it. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said indifferently. Boy, you, a young talisman master behind Chao Zhao was furious, but Chao Zhao waved his hand to stop him. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You haven't been in the ancient sky sect for long, so it's normal that you don't know about the Talisman Alliance. The Talisman Alliance is an organization for all talisman masters in the ancient sky sect. All talisman masters must follow the Talisman Alliance's rules within a certain range. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to be so long-winded." Du Xiaofu looked at Chao Zhao and said. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, a smile quickly surfaced on his face. However, this smile seemed to contain some ridicule and a trace of chilliness. His eyes looked at the many blood-drenched disciples on the square as he said to Du Xiaofu, "Isn't it a little overboard to be so heavy-handed between fellow disciples? However, it's impolite not to reciprocate. This is only the beginning." Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. Chao Zhao's eyes moved. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I already know about the matter between you and the Four Seas sect. Junior brothers Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming and Bai Yichen have already told me in detail. It said that the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill sold by your world pavilion are fake. This is no small matter, and it's also within the scope of my Talisman Alliance's supervision." Fake. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His lips curled into a sneer as he said, "Where's the evidence? How can you prove that my world pavilion sells fake? I also don't believe that the world pavilion sells fake. However, my Talisman Alliance can't ignore the fact that some disciples have been harmed by fake." Chao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered, "Actually, it's very simple. The Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill aren't pill formulas from the ancient heaven sect, so we can't guarantee their safety. As long as you hand over the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill formulas, our talisman masters will verify their authenticity. If there's no problem with the formulas, everything will be fine." Huh, Du Xiaofu laughed. Up until now, he finally understood that these guys were after the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill's pill formulas. What a good idea. Du Xiaofu, what are you laughing at? Chang Qinghai asked in a deep voice as he looked at Du Xiaofu's laughter. His Four Seas sect's deputy leader, and Changqing, had been severely injured by a single move yesterday, causing the Four Seas sect to lose face. "I'm laughing at the fact that you guys can put on a good show." Du Xiaofu stopped laughing and sneered. He looked at Chao Zhao and the others and said, "Dream on if you want the Berserk pill and Xian Yuan pill formulas. You guys can't take them, and you don't have the ability to take them." Du Xiaofu's words immediately made Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, Bai Yichen, Chao Zhao and the others' faces turn green and red. Chao Zhao frowned as a gloomy look flashed across his eyes. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said slowly, "The world pavilion hasn't been established for long. The current situation is the best proof. Some new disciples should know their place in the Manchu and don't be too greedy. Otherwise, they won't even know how they're stuffed to death. Some things should be avoided as much as possible. Some so-called status is nothing in front of true strength." That's right. Some things are nothing in front of true strength. Du Xiaofu smiled coldly in response to Chao Zhao's warning and threat. His purple robe fluttered as he said, "For example, the Talisman League is nothing in front of me. Kid, you're too arrogant. The Talisman League isn't something that a kid like you can belittle." A well-dressed youth rushed out from behind Chao Zhao. The aura of a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman Master surged out. He immediately formed a hand seal, and the surrounding energy began to fluctuate as he started to form a talisman array. Boom! In a short instant, the surrounding space trembled. The energy of the world around the young man fluctuated, and as runes flew about, 23 formation flags gathered in his hand. His rather cold and arrogant face turned pale. "Walala," the well-dressed youth sneered as he threw out 23 formation flags. They immediately turned into 23 light pillars that shot up into the sky. They were about to form a huge 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman Array. Once a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman Array was formed, it was enough to trap a Martial King Realm Complete Realm Cultivator. Even if he could forcefully break out of the array, he would have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and many others sneered as they watched the well-dressed youth form a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman Array. These people from the Talisman League were definitely not easy to deal with. It was at this moment that Du Xiaofu made his move, as cold smiles appeared in the eyes of many. Whoosh! 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 Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed rapidly. Then, runes shot up into the sky like lightning and blocked the 23 formation light pillars. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rune light in Du Xiaofu's hand seemed to have some kind of special effect. As the dazzling runes flickered, they actually directly dissolved the 23 rune light pillars, turning them into shattered runes. Finally, they collapsed into waves of energy and dissipated in the air. A dazzling rune light beam, with the force of a thunderbolt, directly hit the body of the young man in luxurious clothes. Before the well-dressed youth could react, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. His eyes were filled with horror. Dissolve the runes, break the array, and counterattack. Chao Zhao, Chang Qinghai, Bai Chen, Fei Qingming, and the others were all shocked. They could not help but exclaim. As disciples ranked in the top 10 of the gold ranking, Chao Zhao and the rest were all experienced and knowledgeable. They were naturally able to tell that what Du Xiaofu had just done required an extremely deep understanding of symbol arrays to achieve such a feat. The well-dressed youth staggered back. After taking a few big steps, he stabilized his body. At this moment, he looked at Du Xiaofu with horror and shock in his eyes. You're overestimating yourself. I guess you're just a minor rune array. With your cultivation in rune arrays, although you can activate a 6-star Prometha level rune array, your understanding of rune arrays is not enough. It's better not to embarrass yourself in the future. It's not a big deal if you embarrass yourself, but it's a big deal if you embarrass the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in luxurious clothes before him. Even though he was already able to set up a 6-star Prometha level talisman array, he probably wasn't a talisman master who specialized in talisman arrays. His comprehension in talisman arrays wasn't much. This time, Du Xiaofu happened to understand some of the rune arrays in the ancient heaven sect in the ancient bronze space. Therefore, it was not too difficult for Du Xiaofu to break the array just now. He did not hold back and counterattacked. It would be difficult for the other party to recover in a short time. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, it was unknown if it was because of the unrestrained mockery in Du Xiaofu's words, but the well-dressed young man actually opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of rune arrays. You're really not weak. Chapter 696. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in talisman arrays. You're not weak. Chao Zhao's expression did not look too good. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a low voice, however, you sold fake medicine. No matter what, you must give an explanation. Otherwise, even if this matter reaches the sect, you will not be able to escape punishment. That's easy. Come and get it from me. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Du Xiaofu took another 2 steps forward, looking directly at Chao Zhao, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen. Du Xiaofu sneered as a tyrannical aura swept out from his body. Why don't the 4 of you come at me together? Let's see if you can take away the compensation you want. As for you injuring my men and destroying my World Pavilion's venue, I'm going to take it back. Chao Zhao frowned as he looked at Du Xiaofu and felt the domineering aura around Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, Chao Zhao raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, it seems like we can't settle this peacefully. This matter is related to pills and the Talisman Alliance. How about we settle it according to the Talisman Alliance's way? Come at me if you want to settle it. Du Xiaofu looked at Cao Zhao and said calmly. I heard that you made the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill. You're also a Talisman Master. 3 days later, all the Talisman Masters will compete in the Talisman Alliance competition. The winner of the Talisman Master competition will become the leader of the Talisman Alliance. The winner of the Talisman Master competition and the winner of the Talisman Master competition will become the deputy leader of the Talisman Alliance. The 3 deputy leaders will control the entire Talisman Alliance and have the right to judge everything related to the Talisman Alliance. This is the power given to the Talisman Alliance by the Manchu. Cao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered, do you dare to take part in the competition 3 days later? If you can become the Talisman Master Champion of the Talisman League, I believe that no one will believe that your World Pavilion sells fake medicine. However, if you can't become the Talisman Master Champion, I believe that the 3 leaders of the Talisman League will definitely order you to hand over the recipes of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill to the Talisman League for verification. What do you think? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at Cao Zhao, then swept his gaze across Bai Chen, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and the others. A cold sneer suddenly appeared on his face as he said, good, this method is not bad, I agree. The corners of Cao Zhao's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw Du Xiaofu agree, and he said, all right, we'll meet again at the Sky Marshal Square in 3 days. With these words, Cao Zhao signaled with his eyes. The dozen or so spirit symbol masters behind him turned around and fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu. Then, they immediately left. Take care of the injured. Let's go. Fei Qingming, Chang Qinghai, and Bai Chen ordered the people around them to help the seriously injured disciples. Then, they left. They had no objection to the Talisman Alliance's decision. The World Pavilion was in a mess. When Du Xiaofu brought Gu Zhongyu and the others back to World Pavilion, many World Society disciples came up to them. They looked angry and solemn. Du Xiaofu looked gloomy as he looked at the messy World Pavilion. After a while, on the 3rd floor of World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu learned about the Talisman Alliance from Gu Zhongyu, Wang Mingqiao, and the others. The Talisman Alliance had 3 leaders. According to tradition, the leader was always the Talisman Master. The 2 leaders were disciples of the Medicine Talisman Master and the Weapon Talisman Master respectively. The leader of the Talisman Alliance changed every year. Almost all of them were Talisman Masters on the gold roll. This time, the 3 leaders of the Talisman Alliance had retired. Therefore, the new leader would be chosen from the champion of the annual Talisman Alliance competition. President, the Talisman Alliance not only controls all the Talisman Masters in the Manchu, but more importantly, it controls the trade of cultivation resources in the Manchu. They even control a lot of cultivation resources. Why have the prices of the elixirs and refining materials increased so much recently? Apart from those forces working together to obstruct us, the biggest problem is the Talisman Alliance. If the Talisman Alliance interferes, I'm afraid we won't be able to collect elixirs and refining materials in the future. Gu Zhongyu said to Du Xiaofu. His pale face looked better after he consumed a healing elixir. The Talisman Alliance, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The Talisman Alliance was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. They had great power and status in the Manchu. It said that there are only 3 people who have the strongest claim to be the leader of the Talisman Alliance. For the Medicine Talisman Master, Cao Zhao is one of them. For the Weapon Talisman Master, it's Gu Zong, who's currently ranked 47th on the gold roll. Gu Zhongyu pursed his lips and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. As for the Talisman Master, there's already a publicly recognized leader of the Talisman Alliance. It's Mi Zixia, who's ranked 3rd on the gold roll. Mi Zixia, ranked 3rd on the gold roll, Du Xiaofu murmured when he heard that. This name seemed to be able to bring an invisible impact to people. Wang Mingqiao said to Du Xiaofu, President, Wuxia isn't a simple person. He's an abnormal existence in the Manchu. He's a dual cultivator of martial arts and talisman Dao. His attainments in talisman Dao are extremely shocking. It's said that he had a great chance of becoming the leader of the Talisman Alliance in the last Talisman Dao competition. However, he withdrew from the competition because he wanted to cultivate in seclusion. This person is indeed not simple. Du Xiaofu sighed. To be able to disregard the position of the leader of the Talisman Alliance in order to cultivate, such a state of mind was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. Many of the World Society's disciples were injured. The World Pavilion was also smashed into a mess. After Du Xiaofu learned about the Talisman Alliance competition, he asked Gu Zhangyu and the rest to recuperate. He would talk about the World Pavilion after the Talisman Alliance competition. After leaving the World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu went to the Heaven Eye Peak to visit his third senior brother, Yu Wanli. After learning that his master, Elder Gu Qingyang, was still outside and had not returned to the sect, he directly returned to his nest. After returning to his nest, Du Xiaofu entered the desolate ancient space. On that day, the ancient heavens sect was boiling with shock. Du Xiaofu had heavily injured more than 10 forces. Hundreds of disciples were beaten until they were riddled with scars and wails. When the news spread, it immediately shocked everyone. I didn't expect Martial Uncle Du to be so powerful. He's actually able to fight evenly with senior brother Fei Qingming. Fei Qingming is an expert ranked 9th on the gold roll. It seems like the Four Seas Gang, Yun Zhihui, and Forgotten Dust sect have kicked a stone this time. It's said that Martial Uncle Du will participate in the Talisman Alliance competition 3 days later. At night, the sky was filled with stars. The moon was dark and the stars were bright. Good boy, you're quite ruthless. Inside the main hall, Sima Taxing smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. His glassy eyes were filled with ripples. No one knew what he was thinking. That brat is quite ruthless. According to the disciples, the Four Seas Gang, Yun Zhihui, and Forgotten Dust sect were no match for him. They were beaten to a pulp even after being surrounded by more than 1,000 people. They were crying for their parents. Protector Hao, who had been standing next to Sima Taxing, smiled wryly before revealing a worried expression. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. He couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu. He said, Fei Qingming, Bai Chen, and Chang Qinghai definitely won't let this go. Elder Gu Qingyang isn't in the Manchu either. I'm worried that Du Xiaofu will suffer alone. Suffer? Sima Taxing smiled and said, if there is such a thing as suffering, then that brat has already suffered today. If he didn't suffer today, then he can only take advantage in the future. Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen. Sigh, I thought that they would be a bit more outstanding, but it seems that they are only so. They are much weaker than that brat. They shouldn't be weak. Even though Du Xiaofu and Fei Qingming were evenly matched, I'm afraid that brat won't be able to contend with Chang Qinghai and Bai Chen in a real fight. Protector Hao slightly frowned. According to his speculation, Du Xiaofu was very strong, abnormally strong. However, Fei Qingming, Bai Chen, and Chang Qinghai were definitely not weak either. I'm not talking about strength, I'm talking about something else. Sima Taxing said with a smile on his handsome face. What do you mean? Protector Hao was puzzled and asked. Sima Taxing smiled and said, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen are tigers raised in a greenhouse. They usually deal with chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits. Naturally, they are kings. After a pause, Sima Taxing raised his head and sighed slightly, saying, but my junior fellow apprentice is a wild wolf. I don't know where Martial Uncle Gu Qingyang found a real wild wolf. Once they are placed outside, I'm afraid that these tigers in a greenhouse will be eaten until even their bones can't be kept. Hearing this, Protector Hao suddenly stopped talking with a wry smile on his face. After a while, he said to Sima Taxing, Master, Du Xiaofu will also participate in the Talisman League competition 3 days later. What do you think the final result will be? Qiao Ji is stronger than Chang Qinghai, Bai Chen, and Fei Qingming. In contrast, Qiao Ji is a snake, a poisonous boa. Sima Taxing said with a smile. Protector Hao smiled and said to Sima Taxing, Master, a wild wolf can't do anything to a boa. Don't forget that only a strong dragon can't cross the river. My junior fellow apprentice is a dragon, a strong dragon crossing the river. Sima Taxing said with a smile, Qiao Ji wants to get the Xianyuan pill and the Berserk pill. Unfortunately, he meets a strong dragon. In the end, he will lose more than gain. I'm not worried about Qiao Ji now. He is just a vanguard. The real worry is not him. Master, do you mean that abnormal guy? Chapter 697. Sect leader, you mean that perverted guy? Protector Hao seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed slightly. He said in shock, that guy is indeed not to be trifled with. In addition, the two guys in front never care about the outside world. Right now, he is the only one who has the final say on the gold ranking. This time, the Symbol Alliance will probably fall into his hands. That guy is really perverted and strong. Mi Zixia, that guy is unfathomable. If it weren't for the two guys in front being special, he would be the only one in the younger generation of the ancient sky sect that could compare to Mu Ha. Mu Ha is still young and he is enough to be one of the leaders of the younger generation of the ancient sky sect. Sima Taxing sighed. But now, there is a Du Xiaofu. That strong dragon is not to be trifled with. Protector Hao smiled. Sima Taxing Star said softly, the Talisman League competition. They're going to meet each other in advance. I wonder if something unexpected will happen this time. The night shrouded the mountain and it was hazy and faintly discernible. At the peak of the mountain, there was a forest full of green bamboo. Within the bamboo forest, the courtyard was quiet. In the courtyard, there was a curtain of clouds and pearls hanging. On a stone platform, there was a four-cornered copper beast furnace emitting green smoke and a faint fragrance. On a stone platform, a young man in a light blue robe had his head slightly lowered. He was trimming a beautiful potted plant. The profound patterns on his sleeves fluttered and his blade was gentle. The contours of his face were lowered and he was immersed in the world he had created. The young man's slender and white fingers were like moving clouds and flowing water as he fiddled with the potted plant in his hand. After a moment, a potted plant that looked like a phoenix spreading its wings was trimmed. It was done in one go and it was vivid and lifelike. This pot of phoenix seeking phoenix is only half complete. Today, I am not in the mood to complete the other half. The man in the blue robe stood up. On his handsome face, his long eyelashes and eyes that were like the stars formed a tempting arc. Any woman who looked at him would be intoxicated. Senior brother's state is something that we can't compare to. Qiao Zhao, who had been quietly waiting at the side, spoke. He was extremely respectful in front of the young man in the brocade robe. Don't fight over it every day. It's not good for your cultivation. Tell me, how's it going? The young man in an embroidered robe spoke lightly, and he wiped his hands in a basin of clear water beside the stone platform with his sleeves, seeming as if they were untainted by smoke and fire. Thank you, senior brother. I've learned a lot. Qiao Zhao stepped forward and passed over a clean handkerchief before he said to the young man in embroidered robes, however, that kid Du Xiaofu is even more difficult to deal with than I imagined. He's a tough nut to crack. However, he's already planning to participate in the Talisman League competition 3 days from now. The young man in the brocade robe gently wiped his hands. His silk-like glossy long black hair fell down like a waterfall. It was loosely tied up with a blue ribbon. Both of his eyes were suffused with some brown color, causing one to feel a chill in one's heart for no reason. However, one could not help but take a few more glances at him. Since he's a tough nut to crack, there are some things that can be done with gentleness. The effect might be better if we take a roundabout route. The young man in the brocade robe gently placed his handkerchief to the side. Two of his fingers pulled back his hair and slowly lowered it. He raised his head slightly and his brown eyes emitted a little light under the night sky. He softly said, "This time, we have to take over the Talisman League beautifully. I don't want to see any flaws and I won't allow the Tianxia Pavilion to become the Talisman League's flaw in the future. We have to nip it in the bud as soon as possible. It's only a year's time, so it's fine as long as it's peaceful. After a year, it's none of my business and I won't bother about it anymore. They can do whatever they want." The young man in the brocade robe paused for a moment before he opened his mouth and softly said, "I also heard that junior sister Muhan suffered some grievances back then. If there's a chance, I also want to meet her." "I understand, senior brother. An outsider won't be able to create any big waves. The Talisman League will only belong to us and no one else will be able to touch it." Chao Zhao nodded. He then turned around and left under the eyes of the man in the brocade robe. The next morning, when Du Xiaofu came out of the ancient desolate space, his face was pale and he looked like he had used up a lot of energy. Du Xiaofu then went to the office of the Talisman League in the inner sect to find the elder in charge of the Talisman League competition. He was going to fill in the information needed to participate in the Talisman League competition. More importantly, he had to prepare the resources needed to participate in the Talisman League competition. In order to ensure fairness and openness, all the materials for the Talisman League competition were provided by the Ancient Heaven sect. However, the pills and talisman weapons that were refined in the end could only be considered Manchu. However, the pills and talisman weapons that were refined by the champion of the Alchemy Talisman Master and the Weapon Talisman Master could be given as a reward to the champion. This had always been the rule of the Manchu and no one had any objections. After all the resources and materials were provided by the Manchu for free. After going to the office of the Talisman League in the inner sect, Du Xiaofu asked a few people and then found Elder Huang Yirong who was in charge of the Talisman League competition. Elder Huang Yirong was a beautiful woman in her 40s whose cultivation was difficult for Du Xiaofu to see through. After receiving the registration form, Du Xiaofu carefully looked at the qualifications for the competition and a slight smile appeared on his face. "Elder Huang, is there a rule in the Manchu that a person can only participate in one of the competitions?" Du Xiaofu asked Elder Huang Yirong. "There is no such rule." Elder Huang Yirong naturally knew Du Xiaofu. She had been shocked and Du Xiaofu had broken through Mu Jiejia's talisman formation at the Tianwu Square. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Elder Huang Yirong said to Du Xiaofu, "The Manchu doesn't have any special rules. However, the competition between the Weapon Talisman Master and the Alchemy Talisman Master cannot be interfered with. It is slightly different from the competition between the Talisman Masters, so it will be held in advance for a total of 5 days. The competition between the Talisman Masters will only be held after that. Therefore, even if someone wants to participate in both competitions, they won't have the time or energy to do so." "That is indeed the case." Du Xiaofu smiled. Elder Huang Yirong was right. Ordinary talisman masters could mostly major in one type of talisman Dao and minor in another type of talisman Dao. It was extremely common for a talisman master to be proficient in 2 types of talisman Dao. For example, elder brother Zhen Qingchun was a talisman master. However, his attainments in the alchemy talisman master were definitely not something ordinary alchemy talisman masters could compare to. Even Medicine King Yi Wuming was the same. Outsiders had always thought that Medicine King Yi Wuming was the strongest in the alchemy talisman master realm. However, in reality, Medicine King Yi Wuming's attainments in the Weapon Talisman Master realm were definitely not inferior to the Alchemy Talisman Master realm. As for the Ancient Heaven Sect's Talisman Alliance competition, both the Alchemy Talisman Master and the Weapon Talisman Master realm would be held at the same time. For those Talisman Masters who were both Alchemy Talisman Masters and Weapon Talisman Masters, they would already be exhausted. Even talisman masters who were both alchemy talisman masters and weapon talisman masters and formation talisman masters would find it difficult to participate in the talisman master competition. The weapon talisman master competition and alchemy talisman master competition had just ended. They would definitely be exhausted. How could they have the strength to participate in the talisman master competition? If you want to participate in the talisman master competition, fill in the information first. Then, indicate the elixirs and refining materials that you need. When the competition starts, the Manchu will automatically place the same materials in front of you. We guarantee that the competition will be fair and just. Elder Huang Yirong said to Du Xiaofu. Okay. Thank you, Elder Huang. Du Xiaofu nodded. He then filled in a lot of information on the form. After he was done, he handed it to Elder Huang and then left. Watching Du Xiaofu's back as he left, Elder Huang Yirong looked at the form that Du Xiaofu had just filled in. Suddenly, her gaze changed slightly. She murmured softly, "What is this kid trying to do? He can't be in two places. What is he trying to do?" After returning from the Talisman Master office, Du Xiaofu continued to plunge into the ancient desolate space. With the start of the annual Talisman Master competition, it was enough to attract the entire Manchu's attention. Even the ancient Sky sect and many outside forces were closely watching the Talisman Master competition to avoid sucking up to the wrong person. The Talisman Master competition could directly influence the sale and other control of the ancient Sky sect's cultivation resources. This was of great importance to many outside forces. From the looks of it, the three champions of the Talisman Master competition this time are senior brothers Mi Zixia, Chao Zhao, and Guzong. The other senior brothers and sisters are not weak, but in terms of alchemy, array, and weapon talisman masters, Chao Zhao, Mi Zixia, and Guzong are the strongest. Don't forget that Martial Uncle Du is also participating this time. Martial Uncle Du's attainments in talisman arrays are extremely high. It's rumored that the Berserk Pill and Profound Spirit Pill were refined by Martial Uncle Du. There are also many talisman weapons and spiritual weapons that can be infused with beast energy. They were all made by Martial Uncle Du. Martial Uncle Du is indeed very strong. However, in terms of talisman formation master, senior brother Mi Zixia is a perfected 6-star spirit talisman master. He has already set up a perfected 6-star talisman formation. Although Martial Uncle Du is very strong, in terms of talisman formation master attainments, he is still slightly inferior to senior brother Mi Zixia. It's true that the Profound Spirit Pill and Berserk Pill were refined by Martial Uncle Du, but it's said that the highest level he refined was only at the beginning of the King grade. Senior brother Chao Zhao has already refined King grade Nirvana Realm Pills. In terms of weapon talisman masters, senior brother Guzong has already refined high-grade peak talisman weapons. The Manchu was abuzz with discussions. The talisman master competition had attracted everyone's attention, so not many people were paying attention to the World Pavilion these few days. The World Pavilion had been closed all this time. The Manchu disciples also understood that perhaps the grudge between the World Society and the Four Seas sect would be completely resolved after the Talisman Master competition. In the misty space, the temperature was extremely hot, as if it had experienced some kind of high temperature not long ago. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in white light. His aura was ancient, and the light was glistening like a divine light, causing people's hearts to tremble. Chapter 699. No matter what, Du Xiaofu felt that he couldn't embarrass his master and brother Zhen Qingchen. Du Xiaofu, do you want to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master or Weapon Talisman Master competition? Elder Hu Sankuan silently appeared next to Du Xiaofu. His gray beard moved slightly as he asked curiously, I heard from Elder Huang that you've filled in quite a number of spiritual herbs and weapon refining materials. Don't tell me you're planning to enter the competition at the same time. Du Xiaofu smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion suddenly broke out among the crowd of spectators and many spirit symbol masters. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the distant sky. The roar of a beast reverberated through the air. It seemed to contain a terrifying aura that caused many beasts to tremble in fear. A gigantic beast appeared in the sky. It was as white as jade and looked ferocious. It looked like a tiger and a leopard. It was a snow mountain tiger leopard and was one of the top beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. After the snow mountain tiger leopard, there were more than 10 gigantic beasts. They weren't ordinary beasts either. They stood there quietly and were all extraordinary individuals. A young man in a blue robe landed on top of the snow mountain tiger leopard. The young man's slender and fair fingers stretched out the sleeve of his blue brocade robe. His long eyelashes and bright eyes formed a seductive arc on his handsome face. Senior Wuxia is here. Senior Wuxia. With the arrival of the young man, the entire place was in an uproar. Screams could be heard everywhere. Many courageous female disciples couldn't wait to rush to the square and hug him. Is this Wuxia? He's really good looking. Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on Wuxia. He was ranked third on the alchemy ranking and was a dual cultivator of martial Dao and talisman Dao. Swoosh swoosh, many figures appeared behind Wuxia. They were all extraordinary. They were Chao Zhao and the rest. Not long after Wuxia, Chao Zhao and the rest entered. The time for the Talisman Alliance competition was approaching. Alright, quiet down. Elder Huang Yirong stood up and her clear voice echoed throughout the Tianwu Plaza. The surrounding discussions quieted down. At this moment, all the talisman masters in the field raised their heads and stood in order. They quietly looked at Elder Huang Yirong on the high platform with awe in their eyes. I presume everyone already knows the rules of the annual Talisman Association Grand Competition. Alchemy Talisman Masters and Artifact Talisman Masters will compete in the first round for 5 days. The winners will refine the highest grade and most effective medicinal pills, talisman tools, Dao artifacts, and so on. The panel of elders will be the judges, and the panel of elders can decide all matters related to the competition. Those who exceed 5 days will be considered to have lost. The Talisman Master Grand Competition will be held in 5 days. Elder Huang Yirong looked at the crowd and said, "Now, the Talisman Masters participating in the Array Talisman Master Competition will come out first. The Talisman Masters participating in the Medicine Talisman Master and Weapon Talisman Master Competition will find your own refining platform in the center of the square." At the center of the plaza, many stone platforms and seats had already been set up, and they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet. These were the places where the Soul Symbol Masters who were participating in the Symbol Alliance Grand Competition would display their skills. As Elder Huang Yirong finished speaking, the Soul Symbol Masters participating in the Talisman Master Grand Competition retreated to the side one by one. As for the Artifact Talisman Master and Medicine Talisman Master competition participants, they each went to the stone platforms and found their own seats. Du Xiaofu, your seat is at the very front. The materials you requested have also been placed on the refining platform according to double the amount. The rest is up to you. Elder Huang Yirong said to Du Xiaofu in a low voice, and her gaze indicated the first few stone platforms among the 100 over stone platforms. Those were the stone platforms that attracted the most attention. Those who were able to stand on those stone platforms were obviously not ordinary disciples. Following Elder Huang Yirong's gaze, Du Xiaofu looked over and smiled bitterly. From the position of the stone platform, one could tell that it was the kind of seat that would attract the limelight. From the looks of it, he had no choice but to stand out this time. Little junior brother, go ahead. That seat is not bad. Make Master proud, and as your senior brother, I can also bask in the glory. Yu Wanli went forward and said to Du Xiaofu. Thank you, Elder Huang. Third senior brother, I'll go first. Du Xiaofu thanked Elder Huang Yirong, and then said to his third senior brother, Yu Wanli. Faint golden profound qi surged from the soles of his feet, and under many gazes, his figure rose into the air and landed in front of the stone platform. He found his extremely eye-catching stone platform seat at a glance and landed on it. In front of the stone platform seat, Du Xiaofu's figure landed. Senior brother Mi Zixia will definitely win. Senior brother Mi Zixia will definitely win. Suddenly, there was an explosion of extremely worshipful screams, and the female disciples were shouting at the top of their lungs. All of them were captivated by Mi Zixia. Go for it, President. Go for it, Senior brother Chao Zhao. Go for it, Senior brother Guzong. Among the surrounding shouts, the cheers of Du Xiaofu, Song Xuan, Guzong, and the other disciples could also be heard. However, compared to Mi Zixia, the attention they received was much smaller. Especially among the female disciples, almost all of them were cheering for Mi Zixia. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked. He was surprised to see Chao Zhao and Mi Zixia on the 3 stone platforms dozens of feet away from him. On the other stone platform, there was a burly young man who wasn't tall, but was extremely muscular and powerful. The aura on his body wasn't simple. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised to see Chao Zhao participating in the competition. However, when he saw Mi Zixia, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel strange. It was said that Mi Zixia was the most popular candidate for the champion of the Talisman Array Master competition. However, at this moment, it was the Medicine Talisman Master and Weapon Talisman Master competition. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little strange. Could it be that Mi Zixia changed to participate in the Medicine Talisman Master and Talisman Master competition? Du Xiaofu felt a little suspicious. Then, he saw Chao Zhao on the left looking at him with a cold smile in his eyes. Ignoring Chao Zhao, Du Xiaofu looked at his own stone platform. At this moment, there was a Qianquan bag on the stone platform. Du Xiaofu used his mental energy to probe it and found that he had filled in double the amount of elixir and weapon refinement materials. The Manchu was probably afraid that there would be a mistake during the refinement process, so they specially prepared double the amount of materials. However, if these 2 sets of materials failed, he would automatically lose the qualifications to participate in the competition. The materials provided by the Manchu couldn't be wasted without a limit. Humph, participating in the Talisman Alliance competition is just asking for humiliation. Some debts will be settled when the time comes. Chao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu with a sneer on his face. Looks like Mi Zixia's voice is the loudest. I didn't expect that Mi Zixia would also participate in the Medicine Talisman Master competition. He's a Talisman Master and the position of Alliance Chief has already been decided behind closed doors. Why bother to participate in the Medicine Talisman Master competition? At the Elders and Protectors' seats, looking at Mi Zixia, some Elders and Protectors were also whispering to each other. Now, I announce that the Talisman Alliance competition begins. Elder Huang Yirong's voice contained profound energy as it reverberated around the square. Buzz, as Elder Huang Yirong's voice sounded, a deep and melodious ancient bell rang out, announcing the official start of the Talisman Alliance competition. At this moment, the shouts and cheers in the surroundings immediately quieted down. All the Soul Talisman Masters present were checking their elixir and weapon refinement materials. Multicolored light filled the air as energy rippled. The Medicine Talisman Masters and Weapon Talisman Masters placed their Qianquan bags and Weapon Talisman Masters in front of them. Rumble, after a short moment of silence, over 100 Medicine Talisman Masters and Weapon Talisman Masters formed hand seals and condensed various spiritual cauldrons and symbol cauldrons in front of them. As soon as the spiritual cauldrons and symbol cauldrons appeared, a powerful and terrifying aura spread out. Walala, flames rose from the spiritual cauldrons and symbol cauldrons like gorgeous fireworks. The temperature of the entire square immediately rose violently. Over 100 spiritual cauldrons and symbol cauldrons appeared and their powerful auras rippled out. The magnificent scene immediately made the blood of the surrounding spectators boil. Many of them raised their arms and cheered in all directions. The dazzling spiritual cauldrons and symbol cauldrons revolved in front of Cao Zhao. Flames whistled as elixir after elixir was thrown into the spiritual cauldron to be refined. His actions were done in a single breath, and his every movement was extraordinary. In terms of refining medicinal pills, Cao Zhao indeed also had some genuine ability in material. A tall and sturdy young man with a spiritual cauldron in front of him was unexpectedly filled with peculiar blue flames. The energy in his hands wrapped around the spiritual cauldron, and he threw the elixir into the spiritual cauldron to refine it. His actions were extremely steady and not vulgar. This person should be Guzong. Du Xiaofu looked at the tall and sturdy young man. From his actions and the aura spreading out from his body, he should be Guzong, who was rumored to be the most likely to win the Weapon Talisman Master Championship this time. This spiritual cauldron seems to be out of the ordinary. Du Xiaofu's gaze then fell on the spiritual cauldron condensed in front of Mi Zixia. Dazzling runes flickered on the spiritual cauldron, which was wrapped in the radiance of white, black, red, and yellow. On the spiritual cauldron of these four colors, a terrifying aura swept out like a storm, greatly affecting the spiritual cauldrons of the nearby talisman masters. He is also refining pills. Seeing the energy in Mi Zixia's hands wrapped around the spiritual cauldron, Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly. Afterwards, he calmed himself down, and after taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu took out a pile of refining materials from his qiankun bag, neatly arranging them on the stone platform. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu calmly stood in front of the stone platform, his eyes slightly closed, as if this Talisman Alliance great competition had nothing to do with him. Mi Zixia's spiritual cauldron is not weak. With him participating in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition, I'm afraid that Cao Zhao has no chance of winning the championship. 2 updates in a row. I woke up early this morning to update, but who would have thought that I would habitually sleep until the afternoon? My mistake is too big. Let's continue writing. Today, I will continue to update as an apology. Chapter 700. In the Artifact Symbol Master competition, Guzong should be the Manchua's strongest of his generation. He should be the champion. What is Du Xiaofu doing? Why hasn't he started yet? Is Du Xiaofu going to participate in the Medicine Symbol Master competition or the Artifact Symbol Master competition? It's said that Du Xiaofu is an all-round symbol master. Who knows if that's true or not? On the high platform, many elders and protectors saw that Du Xiaofu wasn't preparing to make a move, and were rather puzzled. Sharpening a knife doesn't require any effort to chop wood. In this kind of competition, Du Xiaofu can still be so shocking. Elder Huang Yirong looked at Du Xiaofu, whose eyes were slightly closed, with some shock in her eyes. Chi, just as Elder Huang Yirong's voice fell, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. With a sweep of his purple gown sleeves, a series of hand signs immediately condensed. Suddenly, his purple gown fluttered, and an extremely ancient aura burst out from Du Xiaofu's body. Along with the rapid gathering of symbols in front of him, a spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron was finally formed. Bang! The spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron condensed by Du Xiaofu appeared, and a blazing aura spread out. The mysterious symbols on the cauldron flickered incessantly. White, green, black, red, and yellow, these 5 symbols flickered. Above the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron, there was a faint golden radiance. The mysterious symbols on the cauldron seemed to be able to transform endlessly, giving birth to all things in the world. Chi, at this moment, many of the spiritual furnaces and symbol cauldrons of the surrounding symbol masters trembled, as if they had received some kind of enormous pressure. Fortunately, the competition had just begun. If it had reached the most critical juncture of the competition, the appearance of Du Xiaofu's spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron would have been enough to cause many symbol masters to fail and leave the competition. Walala, around the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron condensed by Du Xiaofu, a huge pressure descended. Blazing flames leapt about, and the mysterious symbols on the cauldron were boundless, indescribably mysterious and unfathomable. That is, 5 colored runes, those are spiritual stoves and symbol cauldrons with 5 different attributes. That brat is really abnormal, to be able to condense a 5-colored cauldron. At that moment, Elder Huang Yirong and many other elders and protectors were stunned. They blinked their eyes as if they were in disbelief. To these elders and protectors of the ancient heaven sect, they naturally knew what a 5-colored cauldron represented. How many spirit talisman masters in this world could condense a 5-colored cauldron? The spiritual stove symbol cauldron condensed, and Du Xiaofu waved his hand, wrapping a piece of millennium-inscribed iron on the stone table, before throwing it into the cauldron, gradually starting the refining process. Refining materials. Du Xiaofu isn't going to participate in the alchemist competition, but the blacksmith competition. It's said that Du Xiaofu made a bet with Chao Zhao of the Talisman League. If the Talisman League can't win the Medicine Talisman Master competition, they'll have to hand over the pill formulas of the Profound Origin pill and Berserker pill and accept the Talisman League's judgment. Could it be that Du Xiaofu saw Wuxia participate in the Medicine Talisman Master competition, so he decided to participate in the Blacksmith Talisman Master competition instead? Seeing Du Xiaofu refining the refining materials, many elders and protectors naturally knew about the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Four Seas gang in the Talisman League on the Tianwu Square a few days ago. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Du Xiaofu give up on the Medicine Talisman Master competition, many elders and protectors were rather surprised. At this time, Du Xiaofu was already immersed in refining the materials. His soul force was wrapped around the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, and he was in control of everything inside it. During the refining process, Du Xiaofu was calm and steady. Recently, he had definitely made great progress in refining. If it was in the past, Du Xiaofu wouldn't have had much confidence in participating in this kind of competition. But now, the situation was somewhat different. Because of the World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu had recently invested a lot of time and energy in refining. Coupled with the help of the secret weapon art left behind by his master, the weapon sovereign, his gains were undoubtedly huge. Refining weapons and pills didn't have much of a difference in the steps. The first step was to refine the materials to extract the purest spirit liquid or lava. This kind of refining required extremely strict control over the temperature. If the temperature was too high or too low, the final refining materials would be wasted. After spending several hours refining the first millennium-inscribed iron to a level that he thought was about right, Du Xiaofu proceeded to carefully throw the second expensive refining material into the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron in front of him. At this moment, all the medicine talisman masters and weapon talisman masters in the surroundings were completely focused on refining the materials in their hands. The surrounding spectators were completely silent. They all knew that no matter if it was refining pills or refining weapons, they couldn't be disturbed by the outside world. The talisman masters participating in the Talisman Alliance competition were all at least 5-star talisman masters. Therefore, they were refining at least marquis-grade pills and high-grade spiritual weapons, or even king-grade pills and symbol weapons. This wasn't something that could be done in a short time, so the competition was limited to 5 days. To the spectating disciples of the Manchu, they were all cultivators. They would be able to learn a lot in 5 days, so it wasn't a big deal. Regardless of whether it was refining pills or refining totem weapons or talisman weapons, the first step of refining was extremely time-consuming. Bang! On the afternoon of the second day, the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron of a 5-star talisman master directly exploded for some unknown reason. The refined spiritual liquid gushed out, and he spouted blood from his mouth. Sai, a 5-star Permitha talisman master, actually wanted to refine pills at the peak of the marquis grade. Furthermore, he was too nervous and used too much strength. In the end, he couldn't control it and let his spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron explode. He could only withdraw. Elder Huang Yirong looked at the youth whose spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron had exploded, her eyes filled with regret. This can't be blamed on them. In this kind of competition, everyone would want to go all out. It's hard to avoid some uncontrollable situations. Elder Hu Sankuan said. There's nothing wrong with going all out, but one should act according to one's ability. Otherwise, it would only be harmful to oneself. Elder Huang Yirong said. Elder Hu Sankuan smiled, experiencing this kind of failure will be beneficial to them in the future. In the field, the youth who had just failed had a lifeless look and a deathly pale face. In the end, he could only helplessly withdraw. Creak creak, following the withdrawal of this youth, as if affected by the explosion of his spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron, several youths' spiritual furnaces and symbol cauldrons started to shake, and the spiritual liquid extracted from them could no longer be used. Those youths were cursing loudly, as if blaming the first youth for being a burden to them. But all of them had no choice but to immediately prepare to refine again. Everyone had 2 sets of spiritual medicines and refining materials, so they all had 1 chance of failure. It could be said that only a colossus like the ancient heaven sect could have such a background, to be able to provide 2 sets of spiritual medicines and refining materials for their disciples to participate in the competition for free. Du Xiaofu didn't pay too much attention to the surrounding influence. Although he was aware of it, he remained unmoved, and kept refining his own refining materials. As time passed, on the 3rd day, several more talisman masters and tool talisman masters had no choice but to withdraw. At this time, after 2 full days, Du Xiaofu had refined a total of more than a dozen kinds of expensive refining materials into pure refining lava without any mishaps. Inside the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron, multicolored light soared to the sky, and energy surged with whistling sounds. Fusion. Du Xiaofu proceeded to the 2nd step, which was to fuse these different refining magma together. In this process, his control over the power of his soul had reached a very demanding level. His mind was spying on the slightest movements inside the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron. With the help of the flames, all kinds of refining materials were gradually fused together under Du Xiaofu's control. It was only a matter of time before they were completely fused together. Walala. On the evening of the 3rd day, a talisman master succeeded in refining a pill, and his face rippled with unconcealable pride. But he wasn't very happy. Although he was the first to refine a pill, it was only at the marquis level. Those refining pills of the king level naturally took a bit longer, and marquis level pills naturally couldn't compare with king level pills, so he had no chance to win the championship. Late at night, another talisman master succeeded in refining a pill, and another talisman master succeeded in refining a spiritual tool. Unceasing sounds rang out, and fluctuations of energy kept reverberating in the square. On the morning of the 4th day, a king-level pill appeared. Its energy spread, and multicolored light shone, shocking everyone. On the afternoon of the 4th day, 1 king-level pill after another appeared outside the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron. King-level pills of the mysterious level and king-level pills of the Prometha level all started to appear, giving rise to waves of shouts. A mid-level talisman weapon has appeared. At dusk, an extraordinary young man refined a large saber that was a middle-grade practitioner weapon. The might of the saber spread, causing many elders and protectors to nod endlessly in their hearts. At this time, in the whole square, only the last 4 people were still refining: Mi Zixia, Chao Zhao, Guzong, and Du Xiaofu. 2 were refining pills, and 2 were refining tools. The 4 of them attracted everyone's attention. The spectating disciples and elders on the platform all clearly understood that if nothing unexpected happened, the final champion of the Talisman Master and Talisman Master would definitely be one of 2 of these 4 people. The only thing they didn't know was which 2 of them would truly stand out among the 4. Time slowly passed again, and in front of the 4 people, the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron spread out, rippling with dazzling symbols and astonishing fluctuations of energy. On the evening of the 4th day, when the last afterglow disappeared, the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron in front of Chao Zhao trembled, and a pill with dazzling multicolored light swept out. Its radiance was dazzling, and its energy was whistling. There is still a chapter about paying back debts, and it will be written very late. Brothers, you can read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 701. Complete King Grade Elixir. When the pill appeared, multicolored light soared into the sky. The eyes of many elders and protectors trembled. That was a complete King Grade pill. Qiao Zhao is extraordinary. He actually refined a complete King Grade elixir. If Wuxia didn't participate, Qiao Zhao would definitely be the champion. Some elders and protectors sighed. Qiao Zhao's skill in refining elixirs was extraordinary. If Wuxia didn't interfere, he would definitely be the champion. However, if Wuxia made a mistake, Qiao Zhao would still have a chance to win the competition. Qiao Zhao's eyes were filled with joy as he refined a complete King Grade elixir. He then glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was still refining. No matter what, he knew that Du Xiaofu wouldn't be able to cause any trouble this time. Did he think that he could avoid this calamity by avoiding the competition between Alchemy Talisman Masters and becoming the champion of Weapon Talisman Masters? What a smart move. Unfortunately, it's 2 against 1. Even if he can suppress Guzong, it won't be enough to turn the tables. Moreover, Guzong isn't easy to deal with. Qiao Zhao sneered. He seemed to be confident about the result. The Talisman League competition was still going on. As the last 3 people continued, the atmosphere became tense. Everyone held their breaths, afraid that they would disturb the last 3 people. Late at night, the space around the Tianwu Square silently began to fluctuate. It was so dense that it was difficult to disperse. This kind of energy fluctuation was very strange. The faint aura made people's souls tremble. Under the fluctuations of this aura, many of the elders and protectors of the ancient heaven sect seemed to have sensed something at the same time, and their faces began to reveal looks of surprise one after another. Could it be? The elders and protectors looked at each other. Then, they became nervous and expectant. Hula. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of the Manchu elders and protectors, dawn gradually arrived. On the Tianwu Square, a patch of dark clouds appeared in the early morning. The sky was dark and the sky was dark. The strange energy fluctuation of heaven and earth could be heard faintly from the dark clouds. Dark clouds spread over and gradually covered the sky. Waves of strange and astonishing auras that made one's soul palpitate rippled and spread out in all directions. What happened? What happened? Seeing the dark clouds covering the sky and the dim light, an uproar broke out among the spectating disciples. In particular, the invisible aura that spread out caused the hearts of the surrounding disciples to palpitate. Boom! Right at this time, when the first rays of the morning sun were projected from the east, the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron in front of Guzong suddenly let out a rumbling sound. Afterwards, from the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Guzong, a huge hammer rushed out, already engraved with dazzling talisman patterns. Dazzling light soared into the sky, and the shocking aura on the hammer fluctuated as if it was alive. Withdraw! Guzong shouted and waved his hand. The hammer flew into his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. A high-grade peak Dao artifact. It can be considered a half-Dao artifact. It almost attracted a 1-star lightning tribulation. I didn't expect Guzong's attainments in artifact forging to have reached such a level. Even among his peers in the Central Plains, he is absolutely extraordinary. It is almost a true half-Dao artifact. Guzong is extraordinary. Looking at the huge hammer in Guzong's hand, all the elders and protectors sighed in admiration. Even Elder Huang Yirong's eyes were filled with admiration. Guzong put away the hammer in his hand. His face was deathly pale, and he stuffed a pill into his mouth. Afterwards, his gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. In the air, dark clouds gathered. Just as they were about to disperse, they suddenly gathered again. The momentum seemed to be even stronger than before. Waves of dark clouds gathered and gradually gathered towards Wuxia. Without a doubt, this movement was caused by Wuxia. Boom! Under the attentive gazes of everyone present, a pill wrapped in dazzling talisman characters rushed out of Wuxia's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. Aoo! The pill soared into the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar. A faintly discernible image of a huge dragon appeared in the gathering dark clouds. This is my ancient heaven sex dragon star mysterious heaven pill. It is said that when refined to the peak, a dragon's roar will shake the heavens. It is a true half-royal grade pill comparable to a royal grade pill. A half-royal grade pill. Wuxia is only a medicine talisman master. I didn't expect him to have such astonishing attainments in alchemy. All the elders and protectors gasped in astonishment. The pill that Wuxia had successfully refined was a genuine half-royal grade elixir. Among the younger generation, there were not many who could compete with him in terms of alchemy. Senior brother Wuxia will win. Senior brother Wuxia is unrivaled. The appearance of the half-royal grade pill caused many cheers in the surroundings. They were all cheering for Wuxia. Astonishing sound waves reverberated in the square. Chi! The pill was withdrawn. Wuxia's face was slightly pale, and he stuffed a pill into his mouth. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersing, and the astonishing pressure was disappearing. Wuxia's gaze seemed to be rather interested. He looked at Du Xiaofu in the end. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu was still refining in the entire square. In the spiritual cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu, the runes were dazzling. The shape of a spear could be faintly seen. Astonishing fluctuations spread out from the spear. It seemed to make people's hearts beat faster with a single glance. Hum! Suddenly, the spear shot out from the spiritual cauldron. It was engraved with dense runes, like a dragon soaring into the sky. The spear revolved above the spiritual cauldron, dragging out circles of runes. It seemed to be engulfed by a boundless spear aura. It emitted a hazy mist, and an extremely terrifying aura rippled out. The spiritual artifact had been completed, and the spear had appeared. Its might was extraordinary. A peak high-grade practitioner artifact, comparable to a half-Dao artifact. The practitioner artifact refined by Du Xiaofu seems to have an extraordinary aura. It's extremely extraordinary. However, it did not cause any special reaction. It is only a peak high-grade practitioner artifact. This spear is very extraordinary, but compared to the half-Dao artifact refined by Guzong, it is still a little lacking. However, it is only a little lacking. It is already extraordinary. In terms of cultivation level, Du Xiaofu is only at the mysterious 6-star level, while Guzong is already at the complete 6-star level. If the two were at the same level, I'm afraid that today's victory would not have been Guzong. Looking at the spear practitioner artifact refined by Du Xiaofu, the elders and protectors on the high platform discussed animatedly. A peak high-grade practitioner artifact. Martial Uncle Du is extraordinary, but in terms of refining, he seems to be inferior to senior brother Guzong. Around the square, there were many disciples with good eyesight. They could see that the spear practitioner artifact refined by Du Xiaofu was extraordinary, but in terms of level, it was still inferior to Guzong's. Humph, and here I was thinking how extraordinary he was. As expected, he brought disgrace upon himself. In the crowd, Chao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu with a sneer. Hey, look, what is that kid Du Xiaofu doing? It seems that he has not finished refining yet. What is Martial Uncle Du doing? At this moment, when everyone thought that Du Xiaofu's victory was already decided, they saw that Du Xiaofu's hands were still condensing hand signs. On top of the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, the dazzling mysterious patterns on the spear rippled, emitting a hazy mist. Like strands of auspicious clouds, it resonated with the energy of the world. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was completely isolated from the surrounding discussions and gazes. His whole body was covered in a white radiance, like a divine radiance, and an ancient aura was released. Following the condensing of hand signs, golden mysterious patterns appeared on Du Xiaofu's palms. The golden mysterious patterns then arranged themselves and evolved, starting to condense into the illusion of a golden-winged rock. Gee! At this instant, a cry came from the golden-winged rock's mouth, rumbling like thunder. A tyrannical power descended from the sky, suppressing everything and engulfing the sky. Golden-winged rock. What is Du Xiaofu planning to do? On the high platform, in the surroundings of the square, everyone was stunned. No one knew what Du Xiaofu was planning to do at this moment. At this moment, in the sky above the Tianwu Square, a kind of energy fluctuation that was basically hard to disperse quietly appeared. The aura made people's souls throb, and then a black cloud covered the sky. On the high platform, some elders and protectors raised their heads, and the surrounding disciples' complexions started to change. Bang! In a short time, within the black cloud, a faint sound of thunder resounded, and an aura that made people's souls palpitate rippled and spread in this part of the world, even spreading into the distance. Why are there black clouds gathering again? Seeing the black clouds covering the sky again, the surrounding disciples went into an uproar. At this moment, Wuxia and Guzong also raised their heads to look at the black clouds gathering in the sky. Under everyone's gazes, the black clouds in the sky did not condense like Wuxia and Guzong, but instead began to disperse. These black clouds gradually changed under everyone's gazes, rippling like waves. In the end, they seemed to want to completely condense together. Secret soldier art, fuse. In front of the stone platform in the square, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, and the last hand seal condensed. The illusion of the golden-winged rock roared, turning into a dazzling golden mysterious pattern, and charged directly at the spear on the spiritual stove. Gee! In an instant, the cries of the rock resounded in the sky, and the golden mysterious pattern and the dazzling runes on the spear immediately began to collide, surging in all directions. Using the secret soldier art, Du Xiaofu controlled the mysterious pattern of the golden-winged rock to fuse into the spear, inscribing the mysterious pattern of the golden-winged rock on the spear, and fusing it with beast energy. It was just that this process was extremely difficult and complicated, and every single mysterious pattern could not be easily inscribed on a Dao talisman weapon. However, to Du Xiaofu, this seemed to be something that he was already familiar with, and his improvement in artifact forging was definitely not ordinary. Fusing with beast energy, Du Xiaofu is fusing beast energy into the spear. Today is the fourth watch. Chapter 702. I've heard that beasts can fuse with weapons to increase their power, but I've never heard of a talisman master capable of that. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to know such a method. Such a method is extraordinary. I've heard that Senior Venerable Weapon was able to use such a method. It's a pity that such a method disappeared after Senior Venerable Weapon. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have such a method. When the elders and protectors on the high platform saw Du Xiaofu's actions, their eyes began to tremble. Suddenly, Elder Huang Yirong looked at the sky. No one knew what she saw, but her charming body suddenly trembled as she stood up. The light in her eyes began to change. All the elders and protectors seemed to have sensed something as well. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, they stood up trembling in shock. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the dark clouds above the Tianwu Square condensed into a huge ball of dark clouds. The aura of the ball of dark clouds was strange and terrifying. It caused the sky to tremble inexplicably. A silent pressure spread out, causing all the living beings present to tremble in fear. The ball of dark clouds floated low in the sky like a small star. Thunder rumbled as strange black runes spread out. 1-star tribulation lightning. He's refined a rudimentary Dao artifact. A rudimentary Dao artifact, a true Dao artifact. He's a 6-star arcane artifact. He's a monster among the weapon talisman masters. Is our ancient heaven sect going to have a weapon talisman grandmaster? As the dazzling ball of dark clouds condensed, all the Manchu elders and protectors on the high platform trembled. Under their nervous and expectant gazes, ripples of shock could be seen in their eyes. Qiao Zhao, Guzong, and Mi Zixia's gazes also fluctuated. Good boy, you're going to make master proud again. On the high platform, Yu Wanli's eyes trembled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Walala, as Du Xiaofu's hands formed strange hand seals, the golden-winged rock's shadow turned into talisman runes. It was gradually suppressed and engraved on the spear. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu at this moment. That gigantic ball of black lightning collapsed behind Du Xiaofu. Silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky as the pressure spread out, causing people to feel an intense uneasiness in their hearts. The terrifying might of thunder surged and permeated this part of the sky. Martial Uncle Du has attracted a 1-star thunder tribulation. He has forged a true Dao artifact. Martial Uncle Du is clearly stronger than senior brother Guzong in terms of a true Dao artifact. Many disciples among the spectating disciples couldn't help but tremble. President, leader, hold on. In the world society, Wang Mingqiao, Gu Zhangyu, and the others clenched their fists, their hearts in their throats. Is thunder lightning 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 of World 1. Brat, you have to resist. Don't fail. Looking up at the huge ball of black lightning, many elders clenched their fists and sucked in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu. Rumble. Everyone's gazes trembled as dark clouds churned at the edge of the dark light lightning ball. Numerous silver snake lightning rippled. The lightning might that spread caused all the hairs on one's body to suddenly stand. Boom! Accompanied by a flash of lightning, that huge thunderbolt trembled, before finally piercing through space, loudly landing on Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove symbol cauldron. A 1-star thunder tribulation descended. Resisting the thunder tribulation, the Dao artifact was completed. If he couldn't withstand it, all his previous efforts would have been for naught, and the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was light, the weapon would be destroyed, and if it was heavy, it was possible that the person would die. Everything around the thunderbolt was annihilated in an instant. Just looking at it made one's hair stand on end. Qi La, in a short instant, wherever the thunderbolt passed, space distorted, revealing traces of a vacuum. The power of the thunder tribulation that spread down made everyone's head feel like it was about to explode. Their minds and souls trembled violently, and an indescribable sense of danger shrouded their hearts. At this moment, everyone calmed down, gazing at the sky. The whole square seemed to have frozen, falling into a strange silence. Only the thunderbolt resounded in the sky. Around the sky martial square, all the disciples raised their heads. Their scalps were numb, and their throats were rolling as they swallowed their saliva. A 1-star thunder tribulation descended. Would Du Xiaofu really be able to resist it? Little junior brother, if he can resist it, master will be happy when he returns. At this moment, Yu Wanli couldn't help but clench his fists, his heartbeat accelerating. Under everyone's nervous and complicated gazes, the thunderbolt directly bombarded the spear hovering on top of Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove symbol cauldron. A muffled thunder-like sound rang out, and on top of the spear, lightning wreaked havoc, dazzling the sky. Bang bang bang, at this moment, in the space around Du Xiaofu, the stone platforms of many medicine symbol masters and weapons symbol masters exploded one after another. The dazzling impact was extremely dazzling. Pucci, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he seemed to have suffered a huge impact. The blood and qi in his body surged, and was immediately wrapped up by the raging lightning. Afterwards, everything disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the thunder tribulation also gradually disappeared. A 1-star thunder tribulation, only a single thunderbolt. Around the Sky Marshal Square, all the disciples held their breaths, nervously looking at the stone platform where Du Xiaofu had just been. As the lightning gradually dissipated, a golden radiance gradually spread out from the messy square, and a terrifying aura immediately enveloped the sky. Then, a figure slowly walked out. His whole body was wrapped in the golden radiance, and people could vaguely see that it was Du Xiaofu. The golden radiance gradually converged, and then a golden spear was revealed. The mysterious runes on the spear were flickering, accompanied by the faint remnants of lightning. The surrounding space was faintly distorted, and the spear trembled, and the sound of wind and thunder was heard. Buzz! In the next moment, the golden talisman engravings on the body of the golden long spear condensed into a pair of illusory wings of a golden-winged roc. It flapped its wings and a domineering and terrifying aura soared into the sky. Boom! At this moment, the dazzling golden runes in the sky were like the sun, and instantly rushed into the sky. At this moment, all the onlooking disciples of the ancient sky sect and the elders on the high platform could feel the terrifying and domineering energy contained in the terrifying golden spear. Withdraw! At the same time, a smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's pale face. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. He reached out and directly grasped the golden spear in his hand. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder resounded on the golden spear, and a terrifying aura swept out. It was like the king of spears, domineering and terrifying, and suppressed the sky. The Tao artifact is complete, and the lightning tribulation has baptized it. Marshal Uncle Du withstood the terrifying lightning tribulation. That golden spear is like the king of weapons. Looking at the purple-robed figure holding the golden spear in the sky, the surroundings were extremely quiet. After a short period of silence and shock, suddenly, they were completely boiling with excitement. The president will win. Marshal Uncle Du, good job. Countless onlooking disciples of the Manchu were so excited that their faces turned red. Cheers and exclamations rang out, and the sound waves were monstrous. This is a beginner-grade Tao artifact, and it has integrated the beast energy of the golden-winged roc. It's called the Golden Dragon. Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated in all directions of the square. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, carrying a symbolic and mysterious broadsword on his back. He held a golden spear in his hand, and a faint golden halo enveloped him. He was domineering and brilliant. This kid is really terrifying. On the high platform, the eyes of all the elders and protectors were filled with shock and excitement. They all looked at the purple-robed figure in the sky and sighed. To forge a true Tao artifact with a 6-star mystical realm cultivation base, how freakish was that? Not long ago, the purple-robed youth had defeated Sima Muhan with his cultivation of the complete martial lord realm, and bravely won the championship of the inner sect disciples. At the Talisman Alliance competition, he had attracted a 1-star lightning tribulation and refined a Tao artifact. His martial Tao was terrifying, and his talisman Tao was also shocking. How powerful was that? Martial Uncle Du, good job. The eyes of the surrounding disciples trembled. Their admiration for the purple-robed figure had already reached a fanatical level. Many disciples who were originally cheering for Wuxia, Chao Zhao, Guzong, and the others had also been successfully roped in by Du Xiaofu at this moment. Humph. However, at this moment, Chao Zhao and Zhou Yinger were looking at the purple-robed youth in the sky with cold and indescribable anger in their eyes. Looks like the alchemy symbol master and weapon symbol master competitions have been settled. Wuxia won the championship in the alchemy symbol master competition, while Du Xiaofu won the championship in the weapon refinement competition. On the high platform, Elder Hu Sankuan said. Elder Huang Yirong stood up and looked at the square. She stretched out her hand and made a slight gesture in the air. The uproar in the square gradually calmed down. The Talisman Alliance competition's alchemy symbol master and weapon symbol master competition has ended. Next, Elder Huang Yirong's voice contained profound energy and reverberated in the sky. Elder Huang, please wait. At this moment, a voice rang out in the air. As the sound of the voice faded, the crowd inclined their heads, their gazes landing on Du Xiaofu. The voice was none other than Du Xiaofu. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu's voice slowly sounded. He put away the golden spear in his hand and raised his head to look at Elder Huang Yirong. He asked, Elder Huang, may I know how much longer until the competition? Chapter 703. The light in Elder Huang Yirong's eyes flickered. After which, she turned her head and looked at the gigantic hourglass on the elder's seat behind her. Fine sand was slowly falling into the hourglass. She said to Du Xiaofu, there should be about 2 more hours. 2 hours, that should be enough, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. He then said to Elder Huang Yirong, Elder Huang, since the competition is not over yet, I still have time to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition, right? You still want to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition? Elder Huang Yirong's eyes were filled with disbelief. The last 2 hours were far from enough to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition. Mi Zixia had already refined a half-royal grade elixir and used almost 5 days. Even if he refined a spiritual grade elixir now, it would take a few hours with the cultivation of a 6-star Talisman Master. This would not change the ranking of the Alchemy Talisman Master competition at all. It was also impossible to compete for the championship. Du Xiaofu still wants to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition. Is Martial Uncle Du mistaken? He still wants to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition in the last 2 hours. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the elders, protectors, and the surrounding Manchu disciples on the high platform were all puzzled and surprised. While everyone was surprised, Du Xiaofu stuffed a few elixirs into his mouth and swallowed them all. He said to Elder Huang Yirong, Elder Huang, the Talisman Union competition does not limit one person to only one type of competition. If I continue to participate in the Alchemy Talisman Master competition now, it should be fine, right? If you continue to participate, there will naturally be no problem. However, after the last 2 hours, it will be completely over. Think carefully. Elder Huang Yirong nodded. She thought that when Du Xiaofu filled in the registration form, he had filled in the refining materials and elixirs. She originally thought that Du Xiaofu had made preparations before deciding which type of competition to participate in. Now it seemed that Elder Huang Yirong only knew that Du Xiaofu had long planned to participate in both types of competition. If that's the case, then I'll continue. Du Xiaofu nodded. There was still half of his seat left. He took a deep breath, and then his eyes flickered as he took out the spirit medicines from his bag of the cosmos and placed them neatly on the stone platform. This brat, what is he trying to do? Could there be any changes in the last 2 hours? Then let's wait for another 2 hours. I want to see what this brat has up his sleeve. All the elders and protectors sat down again, and their curious gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. 2 hours to refine a pill. Humph. I'd like to see how you're going to humiliate yourself. Not far away, Chao Zhao let out a deep snort, a severe chill rippling through his body. Boom! In front of that half of the stone platform, after calming himself down, Du Xiaofu once again condensed his 5-colored spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Huff huff, inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, blazing flames whistled, and Du Xiaofu started to move his hands. All the spiritual medicines in front of him were packed up, and thrown into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Refining all the spiritual medicines at the same time, what is this brat trying to do? Heavens! What is this brat trying to do? Is it even possible to refine all the spiritual medicines at the same time? Is this brat crazy? Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, many of the elders and protectors were immediately dumbfounded. If you want to refine all the spiritual herbs at the same time to save time, but if you don't have enough spiritual power, then you're just looking for trouble. This is very harsh on spiritual power and alchemy attainments. Only those alchemy talisman grandmasters dare to try. Seeing Du Xiaofu's crazy actions, Elder Huang Yirong muttered in shock. In the field, Mi Zixia stood calmly, looking at the current Du Xiaofu with some fluctuations. Walala, Du Xiaofu's hand seals kept changing, and his complexion became paler and paler. As the flames inside the cauldron surged out, the surrounding temperature became extremely high, and the spiritual medicines inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron were immediately engulfed by the blazing flames. Under the control of Du Xiaofu's soul force, all kinds of spiritual medicines were refined by the flames, gradually turning into liquid. Ripples of energy started to spread out. At this moment, everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on Du Xiaofu's every action, attracted by Du Xiaofu's crazy actions. In the field, many people with extraordinary eyesight were staring at Du Xiaofu's rapidly changing hand seals, as well as the fluctuations of energy inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, and their faces became filled with shock. Feeling the changes in the flames and spiritual liquid inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, Du Xiaofu was completely focused, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. In these last 2 hours, no accident could happen. Inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, under the blazing temperature, the flames were unceasingly refining the impurities inside the spiritual liquid. Time slowly passed, not stopping for Du Xiaofu. Buzz, in that enormous hourglass, the last strand of sand was completely spilled, and a deep and melodious sound of a bell resounded in the whole field. The 2 hours are up. At this moment, everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on Du Xiaofu's body. President, do your best. In the World Society, Gu Zhangyu, Wang Mingqiao and the others were clenching their fists, feeling extremely nervous. Uncle Du, do your best. At this moment, among the surrounding disciples, there were quite a few who were silently looking forward to the most eye-catching purple-gowned figure in the field. Humph, asking for humiliation. Chao Zhao sneered, and a trace of coldness passed through his eyes. However, right at this instant, the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. Afterwards, the cauldron dissipated, and a palm-sized spiritual liquid was wrapped in Du Xiaofu's palm. What's that? It's not a pill, but a spiritual liquid. Did he succeed? At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the spiritual liquid in Du Xiaofu's palm, and they could clearly feel that the fluctuations of energy contained in that spiritual liquid were extremely abundant. However, everyone felt that this spiritual liquid refined by Du Xiaofu was far from enough to compare with the pills refined by Chao Zhao and Mi Zixia. Time is up, the medicine symbol master competition and the tools symbol master competition are now over. Now, I invite all the tools symbol masters and medicine symbol masters to present their finished products, and let the elders decide their level. Elder Huang Yirong stood up once again, and her voice was filled with profound energy. Afterwards, some attendants of the Manchu came to collect the pills, talismans, tools, and spiritual tools in everyone's hands. Du Xiaofu put the spiritual liquid in his hand into a jade bottle, and together with his golden spear, he handed it over to an attendant, and brought it to the elders' seats on the platform. The elders on the platform started to appraise the level of the competition. As for who would win and who would lose, the elders present already had an idea in mind, so this kind of appraisal wasn't hard at all. To the spectating disciples in the surroundings, the final result was already more or less clear. Only, in the elders' seats, the gazes of all the elders finally fell on the spiritual liquid refined by Du Xiaofu, and they revealed puzzled looks. Du Xiaofu, what kind of object did you refine? Even I and the elders are unable to figure it out. It's the first time we've seen something like this. In the end, Elder Huang Yirong had no choice but to ask Du Xiaofu. If this was refined by someone else, the elders wouldn't even give it a second glance. However, this was refined by Du Xiaofu, so they would carefully study it. Du Xiaofu raised his head, looked at Elder Huang Yirong, and said, "This spiritual liquid is called Spirit Increasing Powder, and it's used externally on spirit talisman masters. As for the specific effects, I think Elder Huang will know after trying it out. Even if I say it out loud, no one will believe me. Humph, it's just a failed spiritual liquid. What a mess, trying to mystify others. Qiao Zhao coldly glanced at Du Xiaofu, who wasn't far away, with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many of the elders were puzzled. Elder Huang Yirong's eyes flickered, and after exchanging glances with the other elders, she nodded. She formed a seal with her hands, and a gentle light emitted from the center of her palm. She poured out a strand of the spiritual liquid that Du Xiaofu had just refined from the jade bottle into her palm. Chi la la, Elder Huang Yirong closed her eyes, and waves of runes flew out from her palm, wrapping around the spiritual liquid that Du Xiaofu had refined. Then, she swallowed it into her palm, and her entire body was wrapped in light, like a divine light, causing ripples in one's heart. At this moment, all of the elders and protectors were quietly looking at Elder Huang Yirong's body, with doubt and anticipation. After a moment, the light on Elder Huang Yirong's body disappeared. The moment she opened her eyes, there were violent ripples in her eyes. Then, Elder Huang Yirong's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes were filled with shock as they landed on Du Xiaofu's body. Her body trembled as if she had seen the most inconceivable thing. Elder Huang, what is Du Xiaofu refining? Feeling Elder Huang Yirong's excitement, the elders beside her were puzzled. Elder Huang Yirong came back to her senses, and her eyes couldn't help but tremble. Then, she lowered her voice and said something to the elders beside her. What? When all of the elders heard this, their faces immediately changed, and they looked at Elder Huang Yirong in shock. Elder Huang, is what you said true? Elder Hu Sankuan looked at Elder Huang Yirong closely. Elder Huang Yirong nodded, and nodded vigorously in shock. She said to Elder Hu Sankuan with certainty, I just tried it myself, so of course I'm not wrong. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. If our ancient heaven sect can get this formula, then, in an instant, the gazes of the elders on the high platform all landed on Du Xiaofu's body in shock. Greetings to the judges of the elder group, the final champion of the Alchemy Talisman Master Competition and the Weapon Talisman Master Competition, and now the results are out. After a moment, Elder Huang Yirong looked at the crowd, and her voice, which contained profound qi, was loud enough for all of the disciples to hear clearly. I've already given up on the treatment of waking up early. I'm begging for a way to wake up early. Chapter 704. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at Elder Huang Yirong. Everyone knew that according to the rules of the Talisman League, the winner of the Alchemy Symbol Master and Weapon Symbol Master Champion would be the two deputy leaders of the next Talisman League. As for these two champions, most of the spectating disciples already had a conclusion in their hearts. Now, they were just waiting for the official announcement of the results. So what if he's the winner? It's useless. You'll suffer when the time comes. Qiao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu coldly. He was furious when he saw that Du Xiaofu had defeated Guzong. Elder Huang Yirong gazed at the surroundings of the square and said, the final results of the Equipment Talisman Master and Medicine Talisman Master competitions of the Talisman Alliance this time is that the champion of the Equipment Talisman Master competition is Du Xiaofu. Good job, President. Martial Uncle Du is the best. As soon as Elder Huang Yirong finished speaking, cheers and applause could be heard. Gu Zhongyu, Wang Mingqiao and the other World Society disciples felt their blood boiling. Elder Huang Yirong looked around and raised her hand to signal the crowd. She continued, as for the winner of the Alchemy Symbol Master competition, it's a little special this time. After the final decision of the elders, the winner is also Du Xiaofu. A voice that was mixed with profound energy resounded in the surroundings of the plaza. When Elder Huang Yirong's voice fell, it caused the surroundings to instantly fall into a temporary silence. The winner of the Alchemy Symbol Master competition is also Martial Uncle Du. Did I hear wrongly? Did I hear wrongly? Won 2 championships by himself. The pill that Martial Uncle Du refined in the last 2 hours is better than the half-royal grade pill that senior brother Wuxia refined in 5 days. Everyone was confused. All the disciples thought that they had heard wrongly. They looked around and looked at each other. This is impossible. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Cao Zhao kept shaking his head. He didn't believe it. This was absolutely impossible. How could the spiritual liquid Du Xiaofu refined in 2 hours be better than the half-step royal grade medicinal pill refined by Wuxia? This was clearly impossible. At this moment, the brown eyes of Wuxia, who had always been calm and collected, also rippled a little. However, they soon regained their calmness, and there were no ripples in them. Elder Huang, how can Du Xiaofu's messy spirit liquid win against senior brother Wuxia? Elder Huang, please dispel my doubts. Cao Zhao raised his head and asked Elder Huang Yirong. In his heart, he was unconvinced. If Du Xiaofu won the Alchemy and Talisman Master Championship, then all his previous plans would be ruined. Elder Huang Yirong looked at Cao Zhao and smiled, I'm sure that many of you have doubts in your heart. Let me explain it to you. Elder Huang Yirong raised her head slightly to look at the surroundings, and then her voice that contained profound energy sounded out slowly. She said, there's a rule in the Talisman Alliance competition. During the Alchemist, Talisman Master, Talisman Master, Talisman Master, Talisman Master, and Talisman Master, the group of elders will be the judge in the end, and the group of elders can decide all matters related to the competition. In other words, not only does the quality of the medicinal pills refined have to be looked at, the effects of the medicinal pills are also looked at. After pausing for a moment, Elder Huang Yirong continued, the Dragon Star Mysterious Heaven pill refined by Wuxia has already reached the half-royal grade. It can increase the chances of a Martial King Complete Realm Cultivator breaking through to the Martial King realm by 20% after consuming it. It's priceless and can't be said to be low. Such talent is considered top-notch and is rare in the Manchu. However, the spirit-increasing powder refined by Du Xiaofu has the effect of increasing the spiritual roots of a talisman master. There are many pill formulas that can increase the chances of a Martial King realm cultivator breaking through to the Martial King realm, but pill formulas that can increase the spiritual roots of a talisman master are rare and the most difficult to achieve. Therefore, after the group of elders weighed the pros and cons, they've finally decided that Du Xiaofu's spirit-increasing powder is the winner. There's no objection. Increasing the spiritual roots, Wuxia's brown eyes moved slightly, and there were ripples in them. Heavens, the spirit-increasing powder can actually increase the spiritual roots. The eyes of all the talisman masters present trembled. To them, the meaning of increasing the spiritual roots was naturally clearer than the cultivators. Martial Uncle Du is mighty. Martial Uncle Du. Following Elder Huang Yirong's words, the cheers of the crowd were incessant, and the sound was so loud that it pierced through the clouds. It was said that in the past 1,000 years, there were only a few people who had won 2 championships. Elder Huang, I'm not convinced. Cao Zhao's eyes were filled with hatred, and he was not convinced. How could his plan be completely ruined? Junior Cao, the group of elders has decided according to the rules. We have to accept it. A loss is a loss, and there's nothing to be unconvinced about. Wuxia waved her hand and transmitted her voice to Cao Zhao's ears. Hearing this, Cao Zhao could only be filled with hatred, and his cold gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. This guy, he's a double champion. If Master knows, he'll be overjoyed. Yu Wanli rubbed his hands in excitement. Next, it's the Talisman Master competition. Those who are participating in the Talisman Master competition can come on stage. The rest can leave. Elder Huang Yirong's voice rang out amidst the uproar. However, it was still able to clearly land in everyone's ears, causing the surrounding uproar that had soared to the clouds to slowly calm down. On the square, the alchemy and weapon talisman masters who had just participated in the Talisman Master competition and Talisman Master competition began to slowly leave. Around 60 to 70 talisman masters who had been waiting below began to slowly walk onto the stage, and they were all filled with excitement. Why are Senior Wuxia and Martial Uncle Du still on the stage? At this moment, someone discovered that all the alchemy and weapon talisman masters had already left the stage, but only Wuxia and Du Xiaofu were still on the stage, and they had no intention of leaving. I heard that Senior Wuxia had already signed up for the Talisman Master competition and the Talisman Master competition. No wonder Senior Wuxia didn't leave the stage. Could it be that Martial Uncle Du still wants to participate in the Talisman Master competition? Amidst the whispers around the square, the gazes of the elders and protectors on the high platform also moved. With regards to Wuxia's participation in the Talisman Master competition, it seemed that all the elders and protectors had already known about it, and thus it wasn't strange. However, with regards to Du Xiaofu still being on the stage, each and every one of the elders and protectors had a slight change of expression in their eyes. Du Xiaofu, can you leave the stage and rest? Elder Hu Sankuan couldn't help but remind Du Xiaofu. I still have to participate in the Talisman Master competition, so I can't leave the stage. Du Xiaofu replied to Elder Hu Sankuan with a slight smile on his extremely pale face. This fellow really wants to participate in the Talisman Master competition. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, it caused the gazes of many people present to change. Wuxia faintly glanced sideways, and his brown eyes also unintentionally landed on Du Xiaofu. Elder Huang Yirong and Elder Hu Sankuan looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. All the disciples participating in the Talisman Master competition probably already know the rules. The Talisman Master competition is a competition of your attainments in talisman arrays. Therefore, any skills that are unrelated to the Talisman Master competition cannot be used. Later, I will personally set up an illusory talisman array. Whoever can break out of the array first will be the champion of the Talisman Master competition. Elder Huang Yirong's voice sounded out. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and he slightly bitterly smiled. Elder Huang Yirong's words couldn't be any clearer. Only the attainments of talisman masters could break out of the array. Some martial arts and talisman masters could only use their attainments in talisman masters, and the competition was entirely based on their attainments in talisman arrays. Du Xiaofu was helpless. If there wasn't such a restriction, it would be easy for him to break out of the array with his mountain pulse spirit. However, if he wanted to test his attainments in talisman arrays, he would have to rely on his own attainments in talisman arrays. Set up the array. Elder Huang Yirong landed on the square and waved her hand. A wave of aura rippled out from her body, and a handprint condensed in her hands. She communicated with the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, and a dazzling light spread out from her body. In a short period of time, Elder Huang Yirong condensed one array flag after another between her hands. A total of 24 array flags immediately condensed, and all of them spread out a shocking fluctuation. A complete 6-star talisman array. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. It wouldn't be easy to break a complete 6-star talisman array that was personally set up by an elder. Illusory array. Elder Huang Yirong shouted and waved her hand. The 24 array flags between her hands suddenly swept up into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, the 24 array flags immediately wrapped all the talisman masters in the square with lightning-like speed and trajectory. The surrounding air waves violently fluctuated, and suddenly the space became chaotic, and dazzling runes spread out in the sky. Boom, the 5 elements talisman energy in the surroundings condensed, and then a powerful talisman array emerged, causing the wind and clouds to surge in the sky. The space around the talisman array was chaotic, and waves of strange energy dazzled the eyes of those who looked at it, and spiritual energy rippled. The illusory array was not an offensive talisman array. The Talisman Alliance competition was only to test the talisman master's attainments in talisman arrays, so it wasn't too dangerous. However, if this illusory symbol array were to be used against an enemy, it would have a unique advantage. Compared to an offensive symbol array, it was absolutely terrifying. Once the opponent was trapped in the illusory array, if they couldn't break out of it, it was possible that they would be trapped to death. Some powerful illusory arrays could even cause the trap to be in an illusion, and they would kill each other and kill themselves. Chapter 705. Above the square, a dazzling array enveloped all the Manchu Talisman Masters participating in the Talisman League Talisman Array competition. Roar! Du Xiaofu's vision blurred and he appeared in a vast mountain range. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Hallucinatory talisman array, eroding one's senses, causing one to lose themselves in it. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes. He had learned a lot from his big brother, Zhen Qingchun, when it came to understanding talisman arrays. Du Xiaofu had spent a lot of time and effort on comprehending the hallucinatory talisman array not long ago. Block off all senses, return your mind to one, not be invaded by evil spirits, not be confused by external things, return to the origin. Du Xiaofu murmured incantations and his hand seals slowly changed. Chi. When Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again, the mountain range in front of him had already disappeared, and his body was deep in a chaotic array of runes. The dazzling talisman arrays flickered and fluctuated, causing one's soul to ripple as if they were in a whirlpool. What a powerful hallucinatory talisman array! Du Xiaofu muttered softly as he carefully sized up the chaotic talisman markings in the surroundings. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. If it wasn't for Zhen Qingchuan's guidance and supervision of his talisman arrays, he would probably be powerless right now. Begin to break the array. Du Xiaofu muttered. Since he couldn't use his pulse spirit, he could only break the array himself. Although it was a perfect 6-star talisman array, it wasn't impossible for him to break it as a talisman master. Everyone around the square was looking forward to seeing who would be the first to break the talisman array and become the champion of the Talisman Master competition. The winner of the Talisman Master competition should be senior brother Mi Zixia. Rumor has it that senior brother Mi Zixia's major is Talisman Array Master and minor is Medicine Talisman Master. Senior brother Mi Zixia has always been regarded as the alliance chief of the Quasi-Symbol Alliance. His attainments as a symbol master are hard to surpass among his peers. There's hope for Martial Uncle Du as well. It's rumored that Martial Uncle Du's attainments in formations are not to be underestimated. During the new inner sect disciple competition, Martial Uncle Du was able to easily break Mu Jiejia's seal array. It's said that a 6-star talisman master from the Talisman League was defeated by Uncle Master Du in seconds. Martial Uncle Du has already won 2 championships. Does he want to win the Grand Slam of the Talisman League this time? I don't think that's possible. Senior brother Mi Zixia, senior brother Chao Zhao and the others would lose face. The surrounding disciples whispered to each other in anticipation. Guild Master, take down the Grand Slam and teach the Talisman League a lesson. Gu Zhongyu, Wang Mingchao, and the others were filled with anticipation. On the high platform, the gazes of all the elders and protectors were uncertain. With Du Xiaofu present, after the unforeseen events of the Weapon Symbol Master and Alchemy Symbol Master Grand Competition, these elders and protectors did not dare to rashly make a conclusion. Time passed slowly. Everyone was waiting for someone to break the talisman array. Sigh, 6 hours later, Elder Huang Yirong, who was sitting at the protector seat of Elder Gao Tai, suddenly sighed softly. Her eyes were filled with ripples as she lamented. Elder Huang, what's wrong? All the elders and protectors looked at Elder Huang Yirong. Elder Huang Yirong was the one who set up the hallucinatory talisman array. She naturally knew everything that happened inside. Mi Zixia's attainments in formations are unmatched among his peers. Elder Huang Yirong said softly. Is Mi Zixia going to win? Elder Hu Sankuan asked. He was not surprised at all. Wuxia was supposed to be the champion of the Talisman Master competition in the hearts of all the elders and protectors. Elder Huang Yirong helplessly smiled bitterly and shook her head at Elder Hu Sankuan. She said, "It is a pity that Wuxia met Du Xiaofu. The two of them are almost equally matched in terms of formation attainments. Wuxia's cultivation is higher after all. Even if his attainments and formations are on par with Du Xiaofu, wouldn't he be able to suppress Du Xiaofu?" Elder Hao Zongwei asked doubtfully. Elder Huang Yirong's lips curled into a bitter smile as she said, "Wuxia's cultivation is slightly higher, but this time, he should have been a little impatient in his heart, causing his mental state to be affected. As for Du Xiaofu's mental state, to be honest, even I am surprised. For this brat to be so outstanding, perhaps I have seen some of the reasons." Chi. Following Elder Huang Yirong's words, the talisman array that covered the sky suddenly rippled as dazzling runes flickered. At a certain corner of the talisman array, dazzling runes began to shatter and crack. Like a broken mirror, cracks slowly spread on the surface of the array. In the end, the cracks climbed up and a dazzling brilliance overflowed. Walala, a purple-robed figure covered in dazzling white light appeared. The dazzling white light around him was like a divine light, and it rippled with an ancient aura. Swish swish, when the purple-robed figure appeared, everyone was stunned. Their gazes were all fixed on a single person. At this moment, the purple-robed figure was the center of attention. He was unparalleled. Impossible, how can it be him? This is impossible, this is definitely impossible. Chao Zhao shook his head as his eyes trembled in disbelief. Walala, after the green-robed figure appeared, the cracks on the talisman array became wider and wider. Finally, the entire talisman array shattered like fireworks. On the square, all the talisman masters were revealed. Many of them were dumbfounded, and they only recovered from their shock after a while. Many disciples were within the talisman array just now, and it was obvious that they had been affected by the array and lost. Wuxia's figure appeared on the square and stood silently. Her silky smooth black hair flowed down her shoulders, and her brown eyes were slightly dazed at this moment. That kind of gaze made others not dare to look at her for too long. After a while, they gradually returned to normal. According to the rules of the Talisman Alliance competition, Du Xiaofu was the first to break the array in the last round of the Talisman Alliance competition, and he will be the champion of this round. He will also be the overall champion of the Talisman Alliance competition, and he will be the leader of the Talisman Alliance. As for the two deputy leaders, the Manchu will decide on a date after a discussion. Elder Huang Yirong's voice that contained profound qi reverberated throughout the square, and it was like thunder in the ears of the surrounding disciples. The hearts of all the surrounding disciples trembled. The champion of the Talisman Alliance competition, the champion of the Medicine Talisman Master, the Weapon Talisman Master, and the Formation Talisman Master was a grand slam. This was a miracle that exceeded everyone's imagination. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu, who hadn't been in the Ancient Sky sect for too long, would actually win 3 championships in this year's Talisman Alliance competition, and he suppressed all the Talisman Masters of the Ancient Sky sect. This was unbelievable. Elder Huang Yirong's announcement caused the entire square to be stunned into silence. At this moment, all the gazes fell on the square with astonishment, and on the body of the purple-robed young man. It was that young man, who was only 17 or 18 years old, who suppressed Wuxia and all the other talisman masters of the Ancient Sky sect of the same generation to become a grand slam. Not long ago, the purple-robed young man had suppressed Sima Muhan to become the champion of the competition between the new disciples. The purple-robed young man's martial Dao and talisman Dao were unparalleled among his peers, and he was a terrifying all-round cultivator of both martial Dao and talisman Dao. Everyone present understood that this time, Du Xiaofu's name would definitely stand tall in the Ancient Sky sect and resound throughout the Central Plains. Congratulations to Martial Uncle Du for winning the championship. Congratulations to Martial Uncle Du. After a short moment of silence around the square, shouts and cheers soared into the sky. The purple-robed young man, with an unparalleled elegance, was truly imprinted in the hearts of all the Manchu disciples. This is impossible, how can he be so strong? In the crowd, Zhou Yinger's eyes trembled as she looked at the purple-robed young man who was receiving the attention of tens of thousands of people in the square. In the square, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. After stuffing the elixir he had bought into his mouth, he raised his head and looked at the cheering crowd. At this moment, the blood in his heart was boiling. Phew! After taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. In his heart, he once again felt that big brother Zhen Qingquan's attainments in talisman arrays were truly extraordinary. Du Xiaofu knew that if it weren't for big brother Zhen Qingquan's constant guidance, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to break the psychedelic talisman array that Elder Huang Yirong had just set up. As far as I know, you're the champion of the Ancient Sky Sect's Talisman League competition. Congratulations to Martial Uncle Du, an extremely comfortable voice sounded. Mi Zixia walked to Du Xiaofu's side with a smile that was enough to mesmerize any girl. Du Xiaofu looked at Mi Zixia in surprise. Then, he smiled and said, I was just a little lucky. Huh, Martial Uncle Du must be joking. This isn't luck, it's just Martial Uncle Du's strength. If there's a chance, I hope that Martial Uncle Du can guide us juniors. Mi Zixia laughed lightly. Of course, of course. If there's a chance, as your martial uncle, I won't hide anything. I'll definitely guide you well. Du Xiaofu could tell that although Mi Zixia was smiling insincerely, he was saying that although he had won the championship, he was still a senior. Thus, it was not a big deal for him to win the championship. Du Xiaofu immediately acted like a senior of the sect and spoke in an old-fashioned manner. I just found out that today is Christmas Eve. I wish all my readers happiness and safety. Chapter 706. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Mi Zixia was slightly taken aback. It was as if she hadn't expected Du Xiaofu to be so blunt and go along with the flow. Congratulations, Martial Uncle Du, my name is Guzong. Right at this moment, a hearty voice sounded out, and a young man who wasn't tall but was extremely tall and sturdy arrived before Du Xiaofu and bowed respectfully. It was precisely Guzong, who originally had great hopes of becoming the champion of the Artifact Symbol Master competition. Du Xiaofu looked at Guzong and felt that Guzong's attitude was much more sincere. He smiled faintly and said, "No need to be so polite. You're quite skilled in refining weapons. I was just lucky to win a little." Du Xiaofu could tell that Guzong's attainments in weapon refinement were not low. If he did not rely on the secret soldier art, it would be difficult for him to surpass Guzong in weapon refinement. Martial Uncle Du, you must be joking. The ability to integrate beast energy is not something we can compare to. Guzong bitterly smiled. He had only heard of inscribing beast energy on practitioner weapon refinement from rumors. This time, he had truly witnessed the method of inscribing beast energy on a practitioner weapon and his heart was shocked. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to Mi Zixia and Guzong, he turned around and gestured to Yu Wanli to leave. He had used up too much energy and needed to recover as soon as possible. As Du Xiaofu walked down the square, the Manchu disciples of the World Society immediately crowded around him. The group of people left the square in a grandiose manner. With Du Xiaofu's departure, the highly anticipated Talisman League competition slowly came to an end. This fellow is always able to give people unexpected surprises. Not long after, in the main hall of the Ancient Sky Sect, Sima Tuxing's face was filled with shock. His glass-like eyes couldn't help but ripple. That kid is a freak, an absolute freak. I really don't know where his master came from and who could train such a disciple. Protector Hao was shocked. His gaze fluctuated as he sighed. He then looked at Sima Tuxing and asked, "Sect Master, Du Xiaofu has the pill formula to strengthen spirit roots, the refining method to integrate beast energy, the profound origin pill, and the berserk pill. These are things that even our ancient sky sect doesn't have. If we, Protector, how do you think it's that kid's idea? Sima Tuxing faintly smiled and said, origin pill, and the berserk pill. Let's see if Elder Huang and the others can't helps to extract the pill and the refining pill. As for the spirit increasing spirit powder pill, it should be easy. The spirit increasing pill, spirit increasing spirit pill as spirit pill, as spirit pill, and origin pill and berserk pill, and see if origin stone pill and Can's origin spirit pill. Shi's is. Axu is. Protector Hao's eyes lit up with joy. Sima Tuxing nodded and said, go, but don't let that kid know. The people we sent out to investigate should be back soon. A person can't appear out of thin air. He must have some background. He has been out for so long. I believe there should be news soon. Protector Hao nodded and then turned to leave. Sima taking Xing sat upright as if he was thinking about something. Then, he smiled and muttered, now that this brat has appeared, I'm afraid some people will be restless. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Why bother provoking that brat? I'm afraid their intestines are green with regret now. Dusk fell. The curtain of night had become more and more blurry. The sky that was filled with sunset gradually became dull. Stars appeared in the vast sky above the mountains. They hung in the dark blue sky. The undulating foothills entered one's sight. That kid Du Xiaofu has become the leader of the Symbol Alliance. The Symbol Alliance is no longer under our control. I'm afraid something will happen. That kid is still wet behind the ears. I'm afraid there are some things that he can't see clearly. I'm afraid he won't be able to see what's inside even if we give him some benefits. That may not be the case. Even if that kid can't see it himself, there will be others who will remind him. It will be extremely disadvantageous for us at that time. I didn't expect Mi Zixia to fail as well. Otherwise, so many things wouldn't have happened. Let's wait and see. That kid can't do anything by himself. I'm afraid there are some things that we can't see through. Who made the decision to provoke that kid Chao Zhao? Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the Symbol Alliance competition and all these things wouldn't have happened. In the darkness of the night, a voice resounded from within a talisman array and restriction seal set up in a courtyard. 2 days later, when Du Xiaofu appeared in the outer sex world pavilion, his pale face was now rosy. Du Xiaofu had also changed into a new purple robe. However, the wide sword that had been wrapped in a purple cloth on his back was still carried on his back. The world pavilion had also been refurbished. It was even more magnificent than before. President, I'm so tired these 2 days. Many people want to join our world society, including many inner sect disciples. In addition, many disciples ask when the profound essence pill, berserk pill, and talisman weapon will be sold. There are also spirit increasing powder. Many talisman masters have secretly come to the world pavilion, hoping to buy the spirit increasing powder refined by President. They say they can pay any price. On the 3rd floor of the world pavilion, Gu Zhongyu took a deep breath after he finished speaking. His face was full of smiles and excitement. These days, those senior brothers and sisters of spirit talisman masters, who usually ignored him, were extremely polite in front of him. They were just short of groveling, which made Gu Zhongyu very proud and relieved his anger. Back then, the 4 Seas sect had wrongly accused the World Pavilion of selling medicine. After President won the Symbol Alliance competition, all the negative effects had disappeared. After the Symbol Alliance competition, the World Pavilion became even more popular. The price of Profound Essence Pill, Berserk Pill, and other elixirs in the black market became even more outrageous. Hearing Gu Zhangyou's introduction of the past 2 days, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said, "Spread the news. In the future, World Pavilion will only be open for sale 4 times a month. A small portion of the next batch of Profound Essence pills, Berserk pills, and Talisman weapons will be sold in 7 days. The VIP members with the highest rank will have priority. Gu Zhongyu was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and nodded to Du Xiaofu. Opening 4 times a month will save us a lot of time. We won't have to watch the World Pavilion every day. However, many talisman masters want to buy spirit-increasing powder. What should we do? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said to Gu Zhongyu, spread the news that talisman masters who have completely joined the World Society will have a chance to obtain the spirit-increasing powder. Currently, the spirit-increasing powder is not for sale. President, you mean? Hearing this, Gu Zhongyu was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face and he said, now we won't have to worry about those talisman masters not joining our world guild. Du Xiaofu smiled and then his brows moved. His clear eyes suddenly flashed with coldness as he said, there are some other things that should be dealt with in the next 2 days. President. As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Wang Mingchao's voice sounded and he rushed to the 3rd floor. Senior brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Why are you so flustered? Gu Zhongyu asked Wang Mingchao. Wang Mingchao's face was filled with shock. After taking a deep breath, he said, it's Wantless. He's waiting downstairs and says he wants to see President. Wantless is here. Hearing this, Gu Zhongyu was shocked as well. It was as if he had encountered something extremely shocking. Who is Wantless? Du Xiaofu asked Wang Mingchao and Gu Zhongyu. From their shocked expressions, it was not hard to tell that this Wantless was not an ordinary person. President, this Wantless is not an ordinary person. He's currently ranked 5th on the alchemy ranking. What is he doing here? Gu Zhongyu was puzzled. A person ranked 5th on the alchemy ranking would not be here for a stroll. If he was here to cause trouble, it would be extremely troublesome. 5th on the alchemy ranking. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said to Wang Mingchao, since he's here, let him come up. We can't refuse him. Okay, I'll bring him up. Wang Mingchao nodded and went downstairs with a shocked expression. An existence like the 5th on the alchemy ranking was definitely out of his reach under normal circumstances. President, I've heard some gossip about Brother Wantless. Do you want to hear it? Gu Zhongyu asked Du Xiaofu. As a person ranked 5th on the alchemy ranking, it was inevitable that there would be some gossip in the Manchu. Tell me about it. Du Xiaofu was interested. Gu Zhongyu smiled and immediately lowered his voice to Du Xiaofu and said, it's said that Wantless is a prince of an empire. However, he was born of the emperor and a barbarian woman. He was ostracized in the palace. Fortunately, his martial arts talent is extremely high. After joining the ancient Sky sect, his status in the Manchu is not to be underestimated. Dong dong, as Gu Zhongyu's gossipy voice fell, the corridor creaked. Then, at the door, a young man slowly walked in. Gu Zhongyu automatically stood aside. There's still one more update. 3 updates in a row. Chapter 707. The young man was tall and slender. He stood there quietly, exuding an otherworldly aura. She was wearing a simple and plain Buddhist robe, but it couldn't hide her beautiful and charming figure. The young man's head was shiny and there were 9 marks on it. It was very eye-catching. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with confusion as he looked at the obviously extraordinary young man who was dressed as if he had just walked out of a remote mountain temple. The young man's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. He didn't even look at Gu Zhongyu as he said, I need the spirit-increasing powder, the more the better. As long as I have it, I am willing to pay any price. The young man's lips curved into a smile as he spoke. His thin lips were red and had a seductive look. Even a girl would be mesmerized by his red lips. Another good-looking guy. Du Xiaofu sighed. If this guy had some hair on his head and wasn't bald, he would be as good-looking as Wuxia. Looking at the bald young man, Du Xiaofu did not need to guess to know that this person was the fifth on the alchemy ranking, Wuxia. After looking at him for a while, he shook his head and said, "The spirit-increasing powder is not for sale, I can't help you. I am willing to pay any price for the spirit-increasing powder." Wuxia looked at Du Xiaofu. His clear eyes were filled with desire. "You are not a talisman master, so the spirit-increasing powder is useless to you. Seems like the person who needs it is very important to you." Du Xiaofu asked. "For years ago, my sister's spiritual root was injured. I joined the ancient sky sect in hopes of finding a way to heal her spiritual root. But I have been searching for a long time. 2 days ago, I heard that your spirit-increasing powder can heal the spiritual root. So, I want to try," Wuxia said. His words were short and clear. Du Xiaofu looked at Wuxia and said, "You are willing to do anything for your sister?" "I am willing." Wantless nodded without hesitation. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Wuxia. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. He threw the 3 jade bottles to Wuxia and said, "Once a month, soak your body in water and absorb the effects of the medicine. I'll give you 2 years' worth of spirit-increasing powder. If this spirit-increasing powder is effective on your sister's spiritual roots, she should be fully healed in 2 years." Wuxia was stunned. Du Xiaofu threw the 3 bottles to him. His eyes flashed with surprise. "What do you need me to do?" "As long as I can do it, I'll do it. You don't have to do anything. This is my gift to your sister," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "But you don't know my sister." Wantless eyes were filled with doubt. "But I know her brother," Du Xiaofu said. "I still don't understand." Wantless eyes were filled with doubt. He didn't understand the purple-robed youth in front of him. "Because I also have a sister." "No, I have 2 sisters. I'm willing to do anything for them," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Wantless eyes were filled with ripples. He looked at Du Xiaofu for a while and put the bottles into his Qinquan bag. He said, "I owe you a favor. If you want me to pay you back, you can come to me anytime." Wuxia didn't say anything. He turned around and left. Phew, after Wantless left, Gu Zhongyu stood up. His forehead was covered with cold sweat and his face was pale. Although Wantless' aura was restrained, Gu Zhongyu, who was close to him, felt as if he was being suppressed, and his qi stagnated. "I heard that senior brother Wantless is a loner in the Manchu. He is not polite to anyone, even Wuxia. I didn't expect him to be so polite to President," Gu Zhongyu said as he looked at Wuxia's back. Du Xiaofu smiled and did not say anything. "President, President." After Wantless left, Wang Mingchao's voice could be heard again. He rushed to the 3rd floor of the World Pavilion. "Senior brother Wang, did someone come again?" Gu Zhongyu asked when he saw the anxious Wang Mingchao. "Senior brother Guzong is here. He wants to see President." Wang Mingchao looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "President, do you want to see him? Why is senior brother Guzong here?" Gu Zhongyu was also stunned for a moment. Although Guzong's ranking on the gold ranking was not as high as Wuqia's, all the disciples in the sect clearly knew that as a weapon symbol master, Guzong's attainments in refining weapons were second to none among his peers in the ancient sky sect. His status in the sect was extremely high. There were even rumors that with Guzong's current development, it would not be difficult for him to become an elder of the ancient heaven sect one day. "It's quite lively. Since he's here, let's see him." Du Xiaofu smiled. A moment later, Guzong went upstairs. His sturdy and burly body gave off an explosive feeling of power. He looked more like a martial arts cultivator than a talisman master. As one of the best in the art of artifact forging among his peers, Guzong's position in the sect was also extremely special. Although his ranking on the gold roll was low, Guzong's status in the hearts of the disciples of the Manchu was extremely high. Any disciple who saw him had to be respectful. Everyone knew that they could ask someone to refine a talisman tool or Dao tool at any time. Besides, talisman masters and medicine talisman masters never lacked friends. These people were the most difficult to provoke. I want to learn the art of refining. May I ask for Martial Uncle Du's guidance? Guzong looked at Du Xiaofu. From the look in his eyes, this decision seemed to have been carefully considered. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he smiled. The Manchu has many art of refining. I believe that they will all be open to you. That's not what I meant. Guzong shook his head and said to Du Xiaofu, I want to learn Martial Uncle Du's art of refining that incorporates beast energy. I know that this art of refining is not something that can be easily taught. Therefore, I am willing to agree to any conditions, even if you want me to be your disciple. As long as Martial Uncle Du can teach me the art of refining. Hearing Guzong's words, Gu Zhangyu and Wang Mingqiao, who came downstairs with him, were stunned. Then, they looked at Du Xiaofu. The art of refining is indeed not something that can be casually taught. I don't intend to accept a disciple now. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. He looked at Guzong and said, if you really want to learn the art of refining, it's not like there's no way. What way? As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. When Guzong heard this, his eyes lit up. He thought that there was no hope. If you join the World Society, I can teach you the art of refining. You can also obtain the spirit-increasing powder to improve your spiritual roots. Du Xiaofu said seriously. His clear eyes flickered with a faint golden light. I will join. I can join now. I have never joined any faction in the Manchu. I can join the World Society at any time. Guzong nodded without hesitation. He wholeheartedly focused on refining. Although he had made a name for himself in the Manchu, he had never joined any faction. But now, for the art of refining, Guzong was willing to join the World Society without hesitation. It's not as simple as joining. Du Xiaofu shook his head at Guzong. The factions in the ancient heaven sect were different from those in the outside world. Generally speaking, the factions formed by the disciples of the ancient heaven sect would cease to exist once they left the ancient heaven sect. At most, they would be able to maintain a friendship. Behind the disciples of the ancient heaven sect, most of them had a huge family or faction. Some even had a huge empire behind them. The ancient heaven sect had more than 100,000 permanent disciples. Who knew how many princes, princesses, nobles, and ministers there were? How could such a disciple casually join another faction? The factions in the ancient heaven sect were formed by the disciples forming factions. The biggest benefit of joining was to pave the way for the future and build a good relationship. On the other hand, it was to fight for more cultivation resources in the Manchu. But once they left the ancient heaven sect, such a faction was equivalent to nothingness. There were not many restrictions. After a slight pause, Du Xiaofu said to Guzong seriously, what I want is for you to truly join the World Society and become a member of the World Society. Even if you leave the ancient heaven sect in the future, you will still be a member of the World Society. I believe you should be very clear about everything, so I don't need to say more. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Wang Mingqiao and Gu Zhangyu's expressions changed. They seemed to have understood something. At this moment, Guzong's expression changed slightly. There was hesitation in his eyes. He naturally understood everything. If he joined the World Society, he would truly join the World Society in the future. You can think about it carefully first. It won't be too late to tell me later. Du Xiaofu said to the hesitant Guzong with a smile. Guzong raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes as he said, I wonder if I have to do something else after joining the World Society. No need. It's fine as long as you don't betray the World Society, Du Xiaofu said to Guzong. The World Society will absolutely not interfere with the family behind you. Okay, I'm willing to join the World Society. Guzong nodded when he heard this. He couldn't refuse that kind of refining technique. Chapter 708. Welcome to the World Club. Du Xiaofu stood up and walked in front of Guzong. From today onwards, you're a member of the World Club. I'll tell you more about the World Club in the future, but it's not appropriate for the Manchu to announce this to the public yet. I understand. Guzong nodded. The Manchu wouldn't allow their disciples to form a faction. If the Manchu knew about this, there would be a lot of trouble and the consequences would be dire. I'll give you the method of refining the weapon with beast energy in the next 2 days. Before that, I still have some things to do. Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Guzong. Is it because of the World Club? Since I've joined the World Club, I naturally have to help solve its problems. I didn't join purely for the method of refining weapons. I've also heard about the situation of the World Club. In the next 2 days, I'll try my best to persuade a few alchemy talisman masters and weapon talisman masters who are close to me to join the World Club. I believe it won't be a problem. What do you think? Guzong had already changed the way he addressed Guzong. He definitely didn't join the World Club purely for the method of refining weapons. That's great. Thank you. Du Xiaofu nodded. The alchemy talisman masters that Guzong knew wouldn't be simple. If they could join the World Club, they would naturally be able to solve World Pavilion's current problems. After a while, Guzong left. Only Wang Mingqiao, Gu Zhangyu, and Du Xiaofu were left on the 3rd floor of World Pavilion. Gu Zhangyu and Wang Mingqiao lowered their heads and looked at each other. After understanding each other, Gu Zhangyu looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Leader, can we really join the World Club?" During this period of time, after everything that happened in the World Club, Wang Mingqiao and Gu Zhangyu knew clearly what they could get by following the purple-robed youth. More importantly, they knew that the purple-robed youth in front of them was fearless for the sake of the ordinary disciples. Chang Qinghai, Bai Chen, Fei Qingming, and the others had taken great care of the World Club's disciples. His talent was unparalleled, and his future was boundless. He could become a super expert that could shake the entire Central State continent. If they followed him, they would naturally have a chance of a meteoric rise. There would not be many opportunities like this in one's lifetime. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to get another one like this in the future. Of the World Club. World Club. And Wang Mingqiao and Guzong. World. Of World Club. Of the World Club in front. World. You 2-inch, you. 2-inch of the world of Chong. Gu Zhangyu and Wang Mingqiao were overjoyed. They knew what to do. President, there have been a lot of disciples joining recently. Some of the outer sect disciples are still manageable. However, there are some inner sect disciples that we can't handle. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of talisman masters joining in the next 2 days. With senior brother Wang's and my reputation in the Manchu, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle them. Gu Zhangyu said to Du Xiaofu. His expression was worried. He didn't have much confidence. Recently, there were a lot of disciples joining World Club. They were naturally able to handle the outer sect disciples. However, some of the inner sect disciples were not ordinary. They were proud and arrogant. They even had forces supporting them. Gu Zhangyu and Wang Mingqiao knew that their reputation in the Manchu wasn't enough to handle those inner sect disciples. Moreover, once the news of World Club being able to obtain spirit increasing powder spread, many talisman masters would join World Club. Most of the talisman masters were inner sect disciples. Although Gu Zhangyu was also a talisman master, he knew that he wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment. Then, he said to the two of them, if you can't handle them, just reject them. If you can't handle them, you can find Guzong. I think he should be enough to handle them. President, I understand. Gu Zhongyu nodded. With Guzong around, even if the people on the alchemy roll came, he would be able to handle them. Du Xiaofu said with a smile, I'll be in seclusion for a few days. There are some things that I need you to investigate for me. However, don't alert the enemy. Just find a few steady and smart people to do it. I'll make a decision after I come out of seclusion. After a moment, Du Xiaofu left World Pavilion. He went straight back to his nest on Heaven Eye Peak and plunged into the ancient desolate space. In the ancient sky sect, Du Xiaofu won the Talisman League competition, and it was a grand slam. For a moment, the entire ancient sky sect was in an uproar. His name had already spread to the outside world. News began to spread from World Pavilion again. Many people were surprised and shocked that Guzong of the Alchemy Roll had joined the World Society. Guzong, who had never joined any faction, had actually joined the World Society. This was a little strange. As long as a Talisman Master joined the World Society, he would be able to obtain the Spirit-Increasing Powder. In the Talisman League competition, Du Xiaofu had refined the Spirit-Increasing Powder that could strengthen the Spirit Root. Elder Huang had personally verified the Spirit-Increasing Powder, so no one had any doubts. In just a few days, many free Talisman Masters had begun to join the World Society. It was said that many Talisman Masters had begun to withdraw from their original factions and wanted to join the World Society. The Spirit-Increasing Powder could strengthen the Spirit Root. This was an irresistible temptation for any Talisman Master. 6 days later, dusk crept in from the distant mountains. In the area of Heaven Eye Peak, a wisp of evening fog slowly rose up and curled around the peak. Whoosh whoosh, a purple-robed figure flew out of the peak and disappeared in the direction of the outer sect. World Pavilion, the place where the Manchu had been abuzz with discussion recently, was currently in an argument. Humph, the World Society is really arrogant. We intended to join, but they only relied on an outer sect disciple. Are they looking down on us? On the first floor of World Pavilion, a well-dressed youth had a gloomy expression. Behind him were 4 extraordinary youths of similar age. The 5 youths were all around 22 or 23 years old. From the badges on their shoulders, they were all inner sect disciples of the ancient Heaven sect. The aura emanating from their bodies could affect one's mind and soul. Furthermore, they were all Talisman Masters. Senior Brother Zhou, please forgive us. The President is in seclusion. Senior Brother Hao, Senior Sister Mu, Senior Sister Qiao, and Senior Brother Mo are all in the secluded area and have yet to come out. Therefore, we can only receive Senior Brother Zhou. Gu Zhongyu said to the well-dressed youth with a respectful tone. Just an outer sect disciple. Just because you have the World Society behind you, you think you can raise your status? You want to use Qiao Yingmeng, Judge Hao, and Mo Wen to suppress me? Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to speak in front of us. The well-dressed youth didn't put Gu Zhongyu in his eyes. As an inner sect disciple and a Talisman Master with a ranking on the gold roll, why would he put an outer sect disciple like Gu Zhongyu in his eyes? Senior Brother Zhou is right. The World Society doesn't put us Talisman Masters in their eyes at all. They actually let a small outer sect disciple send us away. Why should we join? It's fine if we don't join such a World Society. I'm afraid that the Spirit-Increasing Powder that they can get is fake. They just want to trick Talisman Masters into joining the World Society. Behind the well-dressed youth, the 4 youths who followed him all agreed. Outside World Pavilion, there were already many onlookers who were whispering to each other as they watched the argument inside. Senior Brother Zhou, you're too serious. Our World Society welcomes any Talisman Master to join, but the President and the other senior brothers and sisters are all in seclusion. If Senior Brother Zhou isn't willing to join the World Society, our World Society won't force you. Gu Zhongyu straightened his body, and his expression and attitude started to become unyielding. Hearing this, the well-dressed youth was stunned for a moment, then he sneered at Gu Zhongyu. His face turned cold as he said, "What a good Gu Zhongyu. You really think you're so impressive? You're just a small outer sect disciple. Do you believe that even if I cripple you, it won't be a big deal? If senior brother Zhou wants to put on airs, then you've come to the wrong place. This is the World Pavilion. If you want to put on airs in the World Pavilion, I advise senior brother Zhou to restrain himself. Even if you cripple me, the president and the other senior brothers and sisters of the World Society are all in seclusion and can't see you." Gu Zhongyu wasn't afraid. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. If it was in the past, he would naturally be afraid. But now, he had the World Society behind him, so he wasn't afraid. He couldn't lose face for the World Society. Even if he was crippled, he couldn't lose face for the World Society. At the same time, Wang Mingqiao, Zhang Yingguan, and the rest of the World Society's disciples immediately stepped forward and stood close to Gu Zhongyu, ready for battle. "Huh, what a good outer sect disciple. You're really impressive." The well-dressed youth's gloomy face started to turn cold. He said gloomily, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll fulfill your wish." "Chi," as the well-dressed youth's voice fell, his expression turned cold. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body. His figure was like lightning. With a wave of his hand, a palm print directly shot out and slapped towards Gu Zhongyu. Boom, the World Pavilion space shook violently. This terrifying aura had already surpassed that of a 6-star talisman master. It was far from what Gu Zhongyu, Wang Mingqiao, and the rest could contend against. The terrifying palm arrived in front of Gu Zhongyu in an instant. Chi. While everyone was still in shock, a golden energy rune beam directly pierced through space and landed on the palm print of the young man in luxurious clothes. Dang, dang, when the two collided, a dazzling brilliance exploded. Before the surrounding gazes could see clearly, they saw the well-dressed youth stagger and stumble back. Chapter 709. Ah, the young man in luxurious clothes screamed in agony. There was a finger-sized hole in his palm and blood was flowing out. "It's really lively here." A faint voice was heard and the crowd outside the World Pavilion became restless. Then, a purple-robed young man walked out. It was Du Xiaofu. "Greetings, President." Gu Zhongyu regained his senses when he saw Du Xiaofu. He felt as though he had just escaped death. He immediately bowed to Wang Mingqiao, Zhang Yingguan, and the rest and said respectfully, "Greetings, President." Du Xiaofu nodded his head in acknowledgement. His gaze slowly swept across the surroundings before finally landing on the young man in luxurious clothes who had just been injured and the 4 young men behind him. Seeing Du Xiaofu's gaze, the 5 young men's eyes trembled and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The World Pavilion welcomes talisman masters to join. However, if anyone wants to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Du Xiaofu looked around and his indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Is this how you welcome me?" The young man in luxurious clothes endured the pain and sealed the acupuncture point on his hand to stop the bleeding. He gritted his teeth and his expression was terrible. "You attacked in the World Pavilion and didn't put the World Pavilion in your eyes. Why should I welcome you? Don't you think so?" Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and said. "Humph, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the leader of the Talisman League? I don't want to join the World Pavilion." The young man in luxurious clothes was livid. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said to the 4 people behind him, "Let's go." After he said that, the young man in luxurious clothes was about to leave. "You attacked in the World Pavilion and didn't put the World Pavilion in your eyes. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to leave so easily." Du Xiaofu said indifferently with a slight smile on his face. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 5 people who were about to turn around suddenly stiffened. After a moment of silence, a trace of anger flashed across the youth's pale face as he said in a deep voice, Du Xiaofu, what do you want to do? Do you dare to kill us in Manchu? There's no need to kill all of you. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His gaze was so calm that it made the five of them tremble. He said in an indifferent voice, however, since you guys are so presumptuous in my world pavilion, if I let you guys leave now, anyone else will be able to act presumptuously in the world pavilion in the future. Therefore, I cannot let you guys off so easily. Humph. You dare. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Manchu? I'm leaving right now. What can you do about it? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Humph. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Just as the young man in luxurious clothes turned around to leave, his figure shot out like a ghost. What do you want to do? The young man in luxurious clothes suddenly trembled as if he had sensed something. He quickly turned around as a dazzling light enveloped him. I'm just teaching you a lesson. An indifferent voice that contained an icy chill rang in the ears of the young man in luxurious clothes. At the same time, before the light energy around the young man in luxurious clothes could completely surge out, a palm print had already landed on his back. Bang! The muffled sound was not loud, but the body of the well-dressed young man suddenly trembled. A mouthful of blood mist was wildly spat out from his mouth. His body immediately flew forward and heavily landed on the street dozens of feet away. The fall caused the cracks on the street to continuously spread. Run! The expressions of the remaining four young men changed drastically. After being stunned for a moment, they regained their senses and immediately ran away. You want to leave? Then leave. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly as he shook his purple robe sleeve. His palm directly slapped the backs of the four youths. A terrifying golden talisman rune surged out like golden lightning. Bang, 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 the four figures were swept out of the world pavilion in an instant. The ferocious power contained in the golden talisman made the four of them unable to resist at all. Blood spurted from their mouths as they fell heavily beside the young man in luxurious clothes, who had just landed on the ground. They were all in an incomparably miserable state. Du Xiaofu's clean and efficient attack caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned. Probably not many would have thought that Du Xiaofu would really attack those soul talisman masters, and not lightly at that. Those five youths probably wouldn't be able to recover for at least a few months. President, what's going on? It's so lively. A voice rang out and the crowd became restless. Soon after, everyone saw several figures slowly walking over. The one in the lead was Guzong of the gold roll. The people behind him also looked like soul talisman masters. It's senior brother Guzong. I heard that senior brother Guzong has already joined the World Club. There's also senior brother Chiu Yu and senior brother Pai. The crowd whispered. The news of Guzong joining the World Club had already spread out. Du Xiaofu looked at Guzong and smiled. It's not a big deal. There are a few people who don't put the world pavilion in their eyes. I'm just teaching them a lesson. Guzong smiled and nodded at Du Xiaofu. He looked around and said, since they don't give the world pavilion face, then they should be taught a lesson. In my opinion, this lesson is still light. I'm just afraid that they won't remember it for long. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Although Guzong looked simple and honest, he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Du Xiaofu also understood that Guzong's words in front of everyone was also an opportunity to express his stance to everyone. From now on, anyone who dared to provoke the world pavilion would be going against Guzong. Those who were observant would naturally understand. Du Xiaofu smiled. Just teach them a lesson. I believe that their memory will be good. I hope so. Guzong smiled and said, President, let me introduce you. This is junior brother Chiu Yu, junior brother Pai, junior brother Zhang Zhe, and junior brother Bao Jiqiang. They all want to join the World Club and have a good relationship with me. Hence, I brought them here as a referral. Greetings, Uncle Master Du, behind Guzong, four young men stood out and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Welcome to the World Pavilion. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. He peeked at the aura of these four people. They were all 6-star talisman masters. One of them was even 6-star Nirvana realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu threw a few jade bottles to Qiu Yu and the rest. He said, "This is spirit increasing powder. It can strengthen a talisman master's spiritual root. We're all brothers in the World Club. When you run out of spirit increasing powder, come and find me for more." Spirit increasing powder. This is spirit increasing powder. Qiu Yu and the rest held the spirit increasing powder in their hands. They joined the World Club mainly because of spirit increasing powder. They didn't expect to get it right after joining. Talisman masters who join the World Pavilion can really get spirit increasing powder. Some of the onlookers were envious and whispered. No one would pay attention to the talisman masters who were severely injured. After a while, on the 3rd floor of the World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu handed a few jade bottles and a jade scroll to Guzong. He said, "This is spirit increasing powder and the refining method that you want to fuse with beast souls." "Thank you, President." Guzong nodded and accepted the spirit increasing powder and jade scroll. He didn't say much. "President, the few people who came to cause trouble today, the leader is called Zhou Lianxi. He's ranked 100th on the alchemy ranking. His major is Medicine Talisman Master and his minor is Formation Talisman Master. I heard that he's quite close to Qiao Zhao. I'm afraid that some people purposely arranged for him to cause trouble," Gu Zhongyu said to Du Xiaofu. "President, now that you've become the leader of the Talisman League, I'm afraid that some people won't accept it. Some factions in the Manchu will definitely secretly obstruct you." "This is very normal," Guzong said. "You seem to know something." Du Xiaofu asked Guzong. Guzong smiled bitterly and said, "There are many factions in the Ancient Sky Sect. For example, the Four Seas Gang, Yunji Club, and Forgotten Dust Sect can only be considered as the top factions. The true strongest faction in the Ancient Sky Sect is the Guei League." The Guei League, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the Ancient Sky Sect was also very complicated. Guzong continued, "The Guei League is not simple. The leader is Mi Zixia. Many of the people on the alchemy ranking are disciples of the Guei League. They also have the most inner sect disciples. However, very few people know that there's someone behind Mi Zixia. The Guei League is extremely powerful and is the #1 faction in the Manchu. Most of the cultivation resources sold by the Manchu's businesses are actually controlled by them. This Guei League is really not simple. There's someone behind Mi Zixia. Could it be the two people at the top of the alchemy ranking?" Du Xiaofu asked. The only people who could be behind Mi Zixia were the two people at the top of the alchemy ranking. It's not the two people at the top of the alchemy ranking. The two of them are very mysterious and have never participated in the outside world. Guzong shook his head and said, "The Guei League has existed for a very, very long time. Other factions in the Manchu will eventually collapse and disappear, but the Guei League has always existed. It's said that it has existed for more than a few hundred years. For such a long time." Du Xiaofu was truly surprised and shocked. Factions formed by disciples usually dissipated when the main disciples left the Manchu. However, the Guei League was able to stay in the ancient heaven sect for hundreds of years. How deep were their roots? This was indeed not simple. Rumor has it that there are many protectors and elders behind the Guei League. Mi Zixia and some disciples are just on the surface, Guzong said in a low voice. Could it be that the Manchu doesn't care if the elders and protectors are involved? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. According to Du Xiaofu's estimation, the ancient heaven sect wouldn't let this continue. They definitely wouldn't ignore it. I don't know why the Manchu doesn't care. It's not good for us to ask too much about this. In short, no one can touch the Gue League in the Manchu, Guzong said with a bitter smile. Gue League, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. Then, he asked Gu Zhangyu, have you investigated the matter I asked you to investigate a few days ago? Chapter 710. Yes. We have people following them for the past 2 days. We know where they are and what they do every day, Gu Zhangyu said mysteriously. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, then we can sell the Berserk pill and Xian Yuan pill tomorrow. However, there are some things that need to be settled today. 2 figures walked slowly on the mountain road in the ancient heaven sect. One of them was tall and the other was fat. However, both of them had extraordinary auras and looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. Why is there no news about Du Xiaofu recently? I heard that some people in the Talisman League are planning to show him who's boss. Although he won the Talisman League competition, he's new here and won't be able to convince everyone. Of course. Most of the important people in the Talisman League are under senior brother Mi Zixia and senior brother Chao Zhao. Even if Du Xiaofu becomes the leader of the Talisman League, he won't be able to do anything. The 2 young men whispered to each other as they walked slowly. Suddenly, the 2 of them seemed to have sensed something at the same time. They paused and looked up. A green-robed figure appeared in their line of sight. There was a long sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. It's Du Xiaofu. The 2 of them trembled when they saw the figure in front of them. Who in the ancient heaven sect did not recognize the green-robed figure? I heard that the 2 of you almost lost your lives after consuming the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill. I'm here to find out what happened. Du Xiaofu looked at the 2 people in front of him. They were the 2 people he asked Gu Zhangyu and Wang Mingqiao to find out more about. Run! When the 2 of them heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes trembled, and for some reason, their expressions changed greatly. After that, their figures trembled at the same time. Profound qi surged out from their bodies, and they turned around and fled. You can't escape. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of the 2 people who had just rushed out. A terrifying golden light burst out and directly swept in front of the 2 people. Bang bang, the 2 young men were instantly sent flying backward. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they fell heavily on the ground. They were unable to resist at all. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. Thousands of people suddenly gathered inside and outside the World Pavilion, causing the main streets of the outer sect to tremble. President, all the disciples that can come have arrived. Wang Mingqiao ran up to the 3rd floor of the World Pavilion and reported to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled. He turned around and said to Guzong, many talisman masters, as well as Gu Zhangyu and Zhang Yingguan, let's go down too. Some debts have to be settled. This is the first time I've participated in such a lively event since entering the ancient heaven sect. Guzong smiled. At dusk, the outer sect main street was in an uproar. Thousands of people from the world's assembly rushed towards the Four Seas Trading Company, which was a trading company opened by the Four Seas sect. What? Du Xiaofu personally led a team here. Within the Four Seas Trading Company, a quick-witted young man with a strong aura trembled. Du Xiaofu had personally led thousands of disciples from the world's assembly here. He naturally knew what was going to happen. What are you trying to do? How dare you? The Manchu won't let you off. Our Four Seas sect won't let you off either. The quick-witted young man rushed out of the Four Seas Trading Company and shouted at Du Xiaofu. However, in the face of the aura of over 1,000 disciples surrounding the Four Seas Trading Company, he could not help but tremble in fear. All he wanted to do was to find a chance to escape and inform the gang leader. I'm just seeking justice. Du Xiaofu said coldly. His figure instantly appeared in front of the quick-witted young man, and a claw landed on his shoulder like a bolt of lightning. Bang! He then threw the young man far away. Blood dripped from his mouth as he struggled to get up. Du Xiaofu smiled and put away a qianquan pouch into his bosom without leaving a trace. Run, quickly run and inform the sect leader. The expressions of the dozens of young men and women behind the quick-witted young man changed as they retreated in panic. Brothers, the Four Seas sect smashed our world pavilion. Now it's time for us to take revenge. Gu Zhongyu shouted and rushed out. He pushed back a young man and directly rushed into the Four Seas Trading Company. Charge! The members of the World's Assembly shouted and moved together. The dozens of disciples of the Four Seas sect immediately let out miserable wails. The members of the World's Assembly, who had been bullied by the Four Seas sect, naturally did not hold back now that they had revenge. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled. His figure was like a ghost as he swept into the Four Seas Trading Company. He unceremoniously took all the medicinal pills, refining materials, elixirs, martial skills, soul weapons and symbol weapons in the Four Seas Trading Company. When Gu Zhongyu, Wang Mingqiao, Zhang Yingguan and the others saw their president's actions, they were all slightly startled. Then, they understood and smiled. They did not hold back and were like wolves and tigers. Gu Zong walked into the Four Seas Trading Company. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. He was almost flabbergasted. After that, Gu Zong saw that there were quite a number of refining materials beside him. He looked to his left and right and a wave of energy gushed out from his palm, directly sucking them into his qianquan bag. His face still had a calm and indifferent expression. The quick-witted young man who had been sent flying by Du Xiaofu had gotten up and quietly appeared at the entrance of the trading company. He was about to enter the trading company. Gu Zong's figure appeared in front of the quick-witted young man. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but he directly hit the young man's body. The young man's withered body was sent flying for more than 10 feet and he really could not get up. In just a quarter of an hour, the Four Seas Trading Company was swept away. Dozens of people from the Four Seas sect on the ground screamed and wailed. The crowd of onlookers was stunned. It's time to go to the Cloud Aspiration Trading Company, Du Xiaofu said. Then, under the personal leadership of Du Xiaofu, thousands of people from the World Society rushed toward the Cloud Aspiration Trading Company. The Cloud Aspiration Trading Company was the trading company of the Cloud Society. It was slightly bigger than the Four Seas Trading Company and was enough to be ranked as one of the top 10 trading companies in the Ancient Heaven sect. What do you World Society want to do? Impudent, in a short time, dozens of people from the Cloud Aspiration Trading Company screamed again. This time, Wang Mingqiao, Zhang Yingguan, Gu Zhongyu and the others rushed into the Cloud Aspiration Trading Company. Gu Zong's figure was not slow either. The dignified Cloud Aspiration Trading Company was swept away in less than a quarter of an hour. President, next should be the Dust Treasure Pavilion. Gu Zhongyu smiled. The Dust Treasure Pavilion was the trading company of the Forgotten Dust sect. Set up the formation and resist the World Society. Informed the sect master. As the Four Seas Trading Company and the Cloud Aspiration Trading Company were swept away, the nearby Dust Treasure Pavilion seemed to have received the news and made preparations. Although Bai Chen was not there, there were 3 Martial King Realm cultivators and many Martial Lord Realm cultivators. They even set up an extremely powerful combined attack formation. This was naturally not a big problem for Du Xiaofu. In addition, Gu Zong and the few 6-star Spirit Talisman Masters beside him intervened. They almost immediately disintegrated the combined attack formation. Puchi, Du Xiaofu made his move. With a sweep of the Fuyao heaven-shaking wings, the 3 Martial King Realm cultivators were sent flying, unable to withstand a single blow. Seeing the 3 Martial King Realm experts unable to withstand a single blow, the 200-plus Forgotten Dust sect disciples who had gathered trembled. Attack! The members of the World Society, who had long been unable to endure, rushed out. Waves of profound chi surged and dazzling runes immediately joined forces to suppress them. A few 6-star spirit talisman masters also made their move. The people of the Forgotten Dust sect could not resist at all. A few martial lord realm cultivators also took advantage of the chaos and were heavily injured by Du Xiaofu. After that, Du Xiaofu, Gu Zhongyu, Wang Mingchao, Zhang Yingguan, Gu Zong and the others also took the opportunity to rush into the Forgotten Dust sect like wolves and tigers. After a while, they all came out with satisfaction. In just one evening, Du Xiaofu led the World Society disciples to sweep away the 3 trading companies, heavily injuring many of the 4 Seas sect, Forgotten Dust sect and Cloud Aspiration sect disciples. This shocked all the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect. They finally witnessed Du Xiaofu's fierce methods. After the Talisman League competition, Du Xiaofu did not appear. Everyone guessed that perhaps Du Xiaofu had just entered the sect and was still young, so he should not make any big moves against the 4 Seas sect. However, they did not expect that on this evening, Du Xiaofu would finally show his fierce side. He had no intention of letting the 4 Seas sect go. The 3 trading companies were swept away one after another. After that, many trading companies that had participated in smashing the World Pavilion's vassal forces were also swept away by the World Society without mercy. Many forces started to feel fear. At this moment, some people finally saw clearly that not only was Du Xiaofu's strength terrifying, but his methods and character of seeking revenge for the slightest mistake were also not to be trifled with. This settling of accounts after an autumn's fall made people's hair stand on end. Martial Uncle Du is going to make a big move. The 4 Seas sect is unlucky. The disciples of the Manchu whispered. Some forces trembled, but only the forces that had targeted the World Society were dealt with. The other forces were unharmed and were not targeted by the World Society. At night, the Ancient Heaven sect was in an uproar. The 3 trading companies and many small trading companies were swept away. It was said that a large amount of cultivation resources were also swept clean. I will definitely not let that Du Xiaofu go. Chang Qinghai was furious. Definitely not. Chapter 711. This is too much. Du Xiaofu and I cannot live under the same sky. Fei Qingming's eyes flashed coldly as he roared furiously. Bai Chen frowned and said, the 3 of us might not be able to do anything to Du Xiaofu. Moreover, Du Xiaofu now has Guzong by his side. He already has wings and is no longer the same as before. Maybe we provoked the wrong person back then and were used as chess pieces. But we can't just let it go. We were wiped out and suffered a great loss, Chang Qinghai said angrily. Chang Qinghai said angrily. His company was worth a city, yet it was swept clean. How could he tolerate that? Bai Chen, what do you think we should do? Fei Qingming asked Bai Chen. We can't count on the Talisman Alliance. Du Xiaofu is the leader of the Talisman Alliance now. I heard that the 2 vice leaders haven't been decided yet. We can only rely on ourselves. Bai Chen raised his head and looked at Chang Qinghai and Fei Qingming. He said, we can only ask the Manchu to come out and make a big deal out of this. The bigger the better. Once the Manchu comes out, it'll be beneficial for us. Someone can take the chance to suppress Du Xiaofu. I don't believe the Manchu can protect him forever. Only then can we get our revenge. Okay, we'll listen to you. Fei Qingming nodded. But before that, we need someone to intervene. If we can get him to help, our chances will be much higher. Bai Chen said. Fei Qingming asked, who should we ask for help? Bai Chen smiled and said, Chao Zhao. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Patriarch, there's trouble. Inside a side hall on the main peak of the Ancient Heaven sect, Protector Hao had a helpless expression as he spoke to Sima Taxing. That Du Xiaofu fellow really took action. I heard that he led thousands of disciples from the World Conference to sweep through more than a dozen businesses. He heavily damaged the Four Seas Gang, the Forgotten Dust sect, and some other forces from the Cloud Society. Many of them were robbed clean and their Qinkuan pouches were also taken. Sima Taxing was stunned and said with a wry smile, "This brat is really fearless." Protector Hao continued, "Elder Huang and the others have studied the results of the Grand Restoration Pill and Berserker Pill. Without a specific recipe, it's hard to study it. Many elders have studied it for days and nights but to no avail. It's hard. This is a difficult pill. Perhaps it came from an ancient recipe. How could it be so easily discovered? I was too naive." Sima Taxing shook his head with a wry smile and then asked Protector Hao, "What about the refining method of integrating beast energy? Did the elders study it?" Protector Hao still shook his head and said, "That's too difficult. The elders can't do anything about it. Many elders even want to find Du Xiaofu to teach them. That refining method is extraordinary." "Then what about the spirit-increasing powder?" "It has a portion of the spirit-increasing powder, which is equivalent to the pill formula. We should be able to figure it out by now. That kid probably didn't expect that he would leave behind some clues and leak the formula for the spirit-increasing powder." Sima Taxing Xing said with a smile. With the amount of spiritual medicine left on the registration form and the amount of spiritual medicine used, there was a chance to find the prescription of the spirit-increasing powder after a final comparison. Spirit-increasing powder. That little bastard is too cunning. At the mention of the spirit-increasing powder, Protector Hao's face suddenly became angry for some reason. He said to Sima Taxing Star, "Elder Huang is still angry. The elixirs that kid filled in on the registration form were not complete at all. The amount used was also tampered with. He must have secretly destroyed a lot of elixirs so that we can't find out the true amount. In the end, he must have secretly added some elixirs. Elder Huang and the other elders studied it for a few days, and in the end, we discovered that the little bastard was playing tricks early on. He was guarding against us finding out the prescription for the spirit-increasing powder. That little bastard is too mean. He wasted so much of our time." Sima Taxing listened to Protector Hao's words. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. After a while, he opened his mouth and scolded, "What a little bastard. He's too hateful." The next morning, there was a sea of people outside the World Pavilion of the Ancient Heaven sect. Today was the day that the Berserker Pill and Xianyuan Pill were sold again. The news that the Berserker Pill and Xianyuan Pill were added to the pills was not valid at all. Not many people believed it. Therefore, the sale of the Berserker Pill and Xianyuan Pill still attracted many disciples. There were even many inner sect disciples who flocked to buy the Xianyuan Pill. However, the amount of Xianyuan Pill and Berserker Pill was limited. They could only be supplied to some VIP members first. The Xianyuan Pill and Berserker Pill, as well as many spiritual weapons and talisman weapons, were sold as scheduled. It caused a commotion in the World Pavilion. The other businesses could only watch from afar. "I want to buy the Berserker Pill. I want the Xianyuan Pill and a high-grade spiritual weapon. Everyone, please line up." The higher the level of VIP member, the higher the priority. Outside the World Pavilion, there was a sea of people. The noise was boiling. Rumble, suddenly, the ground in the distance trembled. It was getting closer and closer. Then, at the entrance of the street, there was a dense group of thousands of people. There were also many demonic beast mounts in the air with figures standing on them. Roar, the demonic beasts roared, and the sound waves swept across the sky. It's the Four Seas sect. There are also people from the Yunji Association and the Forgotten Dust sect. Senior Brother Chao Zhao, Senior Brother Chang Qinghai, Senior Brother Fei Qingming, and Senior Brother Bai Chen are all here. Needless to say, they are here for revenge. The crowd was in an uproar and immediately retreated. Facing the three major forces, no one dared to interfere. They did not want to be implicated. President, you guessed right. They are indeed here. On the third floor of the World Pavilion, Guzong seemed to have sensed something and said to Du Xiaofu with a smile. They will naturally come. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu smiled and stood up. President, our people are ready. Do you want to go all out? Wang Mingqiao asked Du Xiaofu. We don't have enough people in the World Pavilion. You guys don't have to interfere. Act according to the situation to avoid being taken advantage of. Just watch the show. Du Xiaofu said. Whether it was the number of people or the strength of the disciples in the world society, compared to the Four Seas gang, Yunji gang and Forgotten Dust sect, they were still much weaker. Outside the World Pavilion, there was a commotion. The Four Seas sect, Yunji Club, and Forgotten Dust sect, as well as many other small and medium-sized sects, amounting to no less than 5,000 people, had completely blocked off the long street. Qiao Zhao, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen were at the front. Their faces were pale. Behind the four of them, many Martial King Realm and Martial Lord Realm cultivators stood together. With such a lineup, they could probably wipe out more than half of the small empires. If you guys want to buy the Profound Energy Pill or the Berserk Pill, please line up. Du Xiaofu walked out. Behind him were Guzong and several 6-star talisman masters, followed by Gu Zhangyu, Wang Mingqiao, and Zhang Yingguan. Du Xiaofu, you destroyed our business and injured our people. How dare you? You must give us an explanation today. Chang Qinghai couldn't help but shout when he saw Du Xiaofu. However, there was a deep fear in his eyes. Looks like you guys are here to cause trouble. I wonder if you guys want a civil battle or a martial battle. Du Xiaofu looked at the crowd and asked with a smile. What about a civil battle? What about a martial battle? Bai Chen frowned as he looked at Du Xiaofu. He didn't know why, but when he saw the indifferent gaze in Du Xiaofu's eyes, there was a faint feeling of unease in his heart. Well said. Du Xiaofu took a step forward and waved his purple sleeve, saying, a civil battle is a matter of reason. Whoever is reasonable wins. A martial battle is a matter of fists. Whoever's fist is bigger wins. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen's expressions changed slightly. The threat in his words was self-evident. Du Xiaofu, you destroyed more than a dozen businesses and injured many disciples. Do you still have a reason? Qiao Zhao said with a gloomy face. Last night, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Chen went to find him to seek justice. They followed his lead, so he had no choice but to come. Qiao Zhao was very clear that if he could seek justice for Bai Chen and the others and suppress Du Xiaofu, then the three of them would definitely listen to his orders in the future. With the three of them and himself, there was no way the four of them wouldn't be able to suppress Du Xiaofu. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to contend against the four of them working together. Du Xiaofu was still indifferent. He glanced at Qiao Zhao and said, why wouldn't I have a reason? A few days ago, the Four Seas gang, Yun Zhihui, and Forgotten Dust sect smashed my world pavilion. I'm only seeking revenge. This reason is simple and clear. I believe anyone can understand. Hearing this, everyone's eyes trembled. This was the first time someone spoke of revenge in such a dignified manner. It actually made people speechless and unable to refute. Back then, it was your world pavilion that sold fake medicine. That's why we came to seek justice. As for what happened in the world pavilion, it was purely a misunderstanding. Some disciples probably didn't control themselves and caused a small misunderstanding. Bai Chen looked at Du Xiaofu and said, but even so, with your status, you actually brought 1,000 people from the World Summit to smash our trading company and heavily injure many disciples. I'm afraid that's a little too much. I'm only seeking revenge. You guys touched my world pavilion, so I swept your trading company. This is the most fair thing. How is this too much? Du Xiaofu said with a smile. His words actually made Bai Yichen speechless. He didn't know what else to say. The other party had already spoken of revenge. What else could Bai Yichen say? Guzong had been looking at Du Xiaofu the entire time. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, a slight smile appeared on his face. He felt as if he had learned a bit more about this president. Chapter 7:12. As for selling fake pills. Du Xiaofu's smiling face suddenly changed color. His expression suddenly became gloomy. He shook his purple robe and waved his hand slightly behind him. Bring them in. Wang Mingqiao shouted from outside Tianxia Pavilion. Then, a few youths carried two bloodied and dispirited youths onto the stage. It was obvious that the two youths were severely injured. Their clothes were tattered and their auras were weak. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the two of them had suffered a lot. When Bai Yichen, Fei Qingming, Chang Qinghai, and the others saw the miserable state of the two youths, their expressions changed. The two of them have already confessed that they were instigated by you to say that the Berserker pill and Xianyuan pill were fake. In reality, they didn't take the Berserker pill and Xianyuan pill. They were just spouting nonsense. I have also checked their bodies and there are no traces of them taking the Xianyuan pill and Berserker pill. Du Xiaofu's expression darkened as he looked at Bai Yichen, Fei Qingming, Chang Qinghai and the others. His eyes were filled with coldness. Bai Yichen, Fei Qingming and Chang Qinghai looked at each other and their expressions changed. If the Manchu knew about this, it would be a big deal. Humph, the two of them were tortured into confessing. How can their words be trusted? It's obvious that you tortured them into confessing and they had no choice but to obey. Qiao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu and the corner of his eyes twitched. His expression darkened as he said, "Don't think that you can act like a villain just because you have become the chief of the Talisman Alliance. The matter of the Berserker pill and Xianyuan pill is related to the Talisman Alliance and should be decided by the Talisman Alliance. Although you are the chief of the Talisman Alliance now, the two vice-chiefs haven't been decided yet. You don't have the right to decide. Looks like you want to have a physical battle since a civil battle won't work." Du Xiaofu glanced at Qiao Zhao and sneered. Suddenly, a mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "Actually, this is purely a matter between the World Alliance and the Four Seas sect. It has nothing to do with you. Do you think I won't dare to beat you up? If we weren't in the Ancient Heaven sect I would have already taught you a lesson." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Qiao Zhao suddenly froze, his face turning green and red. Since when had anyone dared to treat him like this, to taunt him like this, to not put him in their eyes? In just a short moment, Qiao Zhao's face turned extremely gloomy. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles creaked. A strong chill surged out of his body. Sensing Qiao Zhao's aura, Bai Yichen's eyes flickered. He signaled Chang Qinghai and Fei Qingming with his eyes, and the three of them moved simultaneously. Looks like they're really going to have a physical battle. That's good. That's what I want. Du Xiaofu said softly. His deep eyes suddenly surged with a faint gold color. "President, if I go all out, I can hold one of them. Two of the four talisman masters are talisman masters. I can't do anything, but I should be able to trap one of them. The remaining two leaders and many martial king realm cultivators are strong." Guzong stepped forward. A faint aura came out of his body. His eyes flickered. "I'm afraid it won't go as we wish." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Qiao Zhao and the others and said, "But it's enough. You can deal with one of them. Don't worry about the rest. Leave the rest to me. You guys take care." "Okay." Guzong nodded. Suddenly, the aura of a complete 6-star talisman master surged out. Although it was said that talisman masters had the lowest combat strength among talisman masters, it didn't mean that talisman masters had no combat strength. Guzong, who was ranked on the gold list, was definitely not to be trifled with. Boom! As Guzong's aura surged, the 4 6-star talisman masters behind him also stepped forward. Their auras surged together, and they were ready to fight together. Junior brother Chang will deal with Guzong. The rest will be dealt with by the others. Junior brother Fei, junior brother Bai, let's take down Du Xiaofu together. Looking at Guzong and the others behind Du Xiaofu, Chao Zhao said to Bai Yichen and the others beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of a 6-star talisman master surged out, but it was obviously stronger and sharper than Guzong's. Okay. Bai Yichen, Fei Qingming, and Chang Qinghai nodded. Their auras suddenly surged at the same time. Rumble, behind Bai Yichen and the others, many martial king realm cultivators also surged their auras and stepped forward. Roar, in the air, many extremely powerful demonic beasts roared. The aura of the entire space suddenly froze. A great battle was about to happen. They're going to fight. Retreat. Martial Uncle Du, senior brother Chao Zhao, and senior brother Bai Yichen are fighting. I'm afraid this area will be razed to the ground. Retreat quickly. In the tense atmosphere and frozen space, the surrounding disciples' faces changed and they immediately began to retreat quickly. Oh no, I'm afraid this place is going to be razed to the ground. The people in the nearby shops were shocked. They hurriedly packed up their things and hurriedly retreated. Everyone knew that with the strength of Du Xiaofu, Chao Zhao, and the others, once they fought, the surrounding land that was not protected by the talisman array would be razed to the ground. Du Xiaofu looked at Chao Zhao and the others. There was no longer a smile on his resolute face. Golden light flickered in his eyes and a domineering aura gushed out. His purple robe fluttered loudly. Attack! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out and took the lead. Golden light surged out, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Let's join forces. Chao Zhao shouted and rushed out at the same time. His figure was like an afterimage as he pounced on Du Xiaofu. Whoosh whoosh. Space trembled as Bai Yichen and Fei Qingming moved at the same time. Their profound energy surged as they surrounded Du Xiaofu. Boom! Chang Qinghai attacked and Guzong rushed out at the same time. Their targets were each other. Swish, at that moment, there were a total of 20 martial king realm cultivators behind Bai Yichen and the others. Among them, there were no less than 3 martial king realm cultivators at the Nirvana realm. They pounced on the 6-star talisman masters behind Guzong. Swish! Golden light bloomed like the sun and a domineering aura swept across the sky. A pair of golden talisman wings stretched out from Du Xiaofu's back. Majestic light filled the air and the golden talisman wings flapped. Du Xiaofu was like a golden-winged rock descending. With the flapping of his wings, he was like a rock soaring into the sky. With an unbelievable arc and speed, he avoided the siege of Chao Zhao and the other 2. Sky-shaking wings. Stormy waves palm. A low shout came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Golden talisman inscriptions in his hand surged out like lightning and thunder, turning into a golden wave with a terrifying aura. Rumble. Du Xiaofu didn't seem to hold back at all. He directly swept towards the martial king realm cultivators who were attacking the 6-star talisman masters of the world society. His domineering aura swept across the army and destroyed everything in its path. Bang, bang, bang. Du Xiaofu attacked with all his might without holding back. In an instant, 6 to 7 martial king realm cultivators were sent flying. The surrounding shops and streets collapsed one after another. The ground shook and gravel flew into the sky. Get lost. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and the golden talisman wings burst out with a dazzling golden light. He attacked with all his might and swept across the space like a peerless ferocious beast. Swish, 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 waves of golden light gushed out and the golden energy waves connected. A few martial king realm cultivators were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. A few martial king realm cultivators at the Nirvana realm saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu locked onto those few strongest martial king realm cultivators. How could he let them escape? He directly activated the golden talisman wings and had no intention of letting those few strongest martial king realm cultivators go. Heavenly net. Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He threw out the heavenly net in his hand at those few martial king realm cultivators who were retreating. The dazzling talisman engravings connected and the aura surged forward. Rumble, in a terrifying aura that caused the space to tremble, the heavenly net turned into a giant net that covered the sky and the earth in an instant and enveloped the 6 martial king realm cultivators. Be careful, it's the middle-grade Taoist weapon, heavenly net. Those few martial king realm cultivators at the Nirvana realm activated the high-grade talisman weapons on them. One of them even had a beginner-grade Taoist weapon. However, he was still one step slower and was already bound by the heavenly net. Bang, bang. In a short moment, Chang Qinghai and Guzong were already engaged in a fierce battle. In the low sound of energy colliding, the shops and courtyards around the street were destroyed and the streets collapsed one after another. Du Xiaofu, I'm not done with you. Qiao Zhao yelled and finally arrived behind Du Xiaofu. He condensed his hand seals and the dazzling talisman engravings gathered to form a giant white python shadow that looked like a living creature. Hiss, hiss. The giant white python shadow roared and emitted a terrifying aura. Its scarlet eyes and blood-red tongue made one's heart tremble as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Break! Du Xiaofu yelled and a claw print swept out from his hand. It was filled with the domineering will of the golden-winged rock. He activated the rock's chaos-crushing claw and instantly tore the giant white python shadow into pieces. Sky Dust Tyrant Fist. Bai Chen rushed over and formed a joint attack with Qiao Zhao. His body was glowing with radiance and a domineering fist print was condensed. In front of the fist, there were talisman engravings wrapped around it, causing the fist to look sparkling and dazzling as it blasted towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Powerful energy ripples spread out from the frightening fist, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Ao! A dragon roar sounded from Du Xiaofu's mouth like the roar of a divine elephant. In this instant, the earth rumbled and space trembled violently. A domineering aura surged and the talisman engravings released ripples as they condensed into a fist with lightning-like speed. Buzz. Du Xiaofu's fist swung out. A low Sanskrit sound rang out as it cut through the air. In a flash, it violently collided with the former's fist. A thunderous muffled sound of energy immediately resounded across the area. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.